Guten Morgen zusammen. Wir nähern uns der Startzeit um 10 Uhr. Daher würde ich euch bitten, langsam in Richtung Plätze zu gehen. Nehmt euch gerne was zu trinken mit. Und dann versuchen wir doch pünktlich zu starten. Die Leute im Stream sind auch schon bereit. Quasi. Das zweite auch gleich mit. Ja. Dann halten wir uns übrigens ein. Ja. Dann soll der um die Straßen gehen. Schau mal gleich. Dann, jawohl, bitte. Dann schreibst du. Und wir kommen dann eine halbe Stunde einfach. Wir sind durchschauen. Ach so, hier. Das ist der Vorwärts. Okay, alles klar. Und du hast die anderen ausgeblendet. Genau. Okay. Muss ich hier ein bisschen aus dem Scheinwerfer ausgehen. Und ach so, noch ein Hinweis. Bitte beim Tisch bleiben, genau. Beim Tisch bleiben, dann haben wir Picture in Picture. Hier oder? Genau, hier oder beim anderen Tisch.
Also hinter dem Tisch bleiben.
So neben dem Tisch.
Okay. Okay, let's start. Welcome to our first event in the situation of CIB7, and I'm Uli Brandner. I'm the owner of the companies, so around about 10 companies. And maybe I should talk about how long I've been in the IT. Could you show me our special? Who knows this computer? This is a Wang 2200, and I have programmed on it in the high school, and we have simulated the eagle has landed, and this is 1975. If you have seen this computer, the price now, if you make the calculation, is around about 47,000 euros. Yeah? In those days, it was very expensive, but this is my first experience about IT. What I will show is I'm old, and this is our IT situation is changing every year. I think faster and faster. And for me, it's important for you that we have, I think, the difference between the disruptive situation. This is one. The other is you have a stable situation in your business, and you want a stable business in the future. So you need both. One is the change of the IT we have to do, and the other is that we have here security in our installation. And so I think CIB7 is a combination both to be here in a progressive situation of our CIB flow situation in CIB7. I think we should explain why we have now CIB7. I think originally it was CIB flow because CIB stands for Computer Integrated Business. Was the idea of the 80s to get all this process know-how from the industry to the administration. And we make it in the first step in this way that we have a paperless office in the very beginning. And so we have to make the decision, I think 10 years ago, must ask Andreas Held, because we have then make the decision for CIB flow, for our own BPM, and the base was not flowable, and maybe other things we have make the decision for Camunda. And in those days, Camunda was open office for us, and we start with CIB flow, very successful. And then, you know, this is a situation now stopped with this security of Camunda 7. We want to have support for our long time existent customer. And they have seen the offer with CIB7 in the combination with CIB flow, and we are very successful in this way. But I have not in my mind, if I make the decision last year, that we get new customers This was only for existing customer. Now we have perhaps new customers, and so we want to have here a community. So for me, it's important. It's not a product typical we have maybe with Zipflow or a COSYS, very successful product. We have here open source situation. Maybe you should have some words about our experience with open source. Maybe you know it, that we have also, beside Microsoft Office experience, also LibreOffice experience. Big customers in Austria, in Germany, are working with us with LibreOffice because they want IT sovereignty. Yeah? And for us, it's so important that we use here as the same way we have learned with LibreOffice. This is a foundation in the back, the document foundation in London, but we have not here a foundation. I think it's a good idea that we have with a company, CIB, one who will have the look in the future, how could we have a strict development of our open source situation. Because I have learned in LibreOffice, it's not so easy to get here a mainstream situation about the discussion, how could we have here different kinds of works. We want to have in the future here a security for you, so that we have a clear situation with this fork. Maybe we should have here some words about the company. I have learned green, okay? Okay, I think you know the agenda. This was on the website.
Sure, yes. We are starting with some welcome words from Uli. He's the founder and owner of CEB. So it's pretty interesting what is the way how we came to the state we are today. He would tell us a little bit of the CIB group. Then Vincent and me would tell something about CIB 7, why we made a Camunda 7 fork, how is the current state, what is CIB Flow. And afterwards we got several presentations from partners, customers and community users, how they integrated CIB 7, how is the current state. And we will have interesting tech talks with Oleg. He will also have a detailed technical view on CIB 7 and what are the plans for the next year, what is written on the roadmap. But for us today is also the kickoff for the community. So for us it is important what features are needed by the community. So we want your feedback to get the information what should be needed to implement in CIB 7 to make the greatest BPM engine out of it. So this is a clear target. So let's talk a little bit now about CEB, that you know who is CEB, CIB.
Okay. Okay.
Just a short notice, we have a live stream, we have a photograph here, so just the information for the people here inside.
If you want to avoid it, now you must leave the room. Okay, next step. Okay, the same again. I hope you have already mentioned here, yeah, okay. CIB is the company here. So we have here different kind of solutions. Beginning with the document lifecycle management, we have here some, I have a problem with the dentist. Yeah.
These are the four main topics CIB is working on since our foundation before 36 years. So we have a very high experience in document processing, document generating, with the document lifecycle management. We have implemented after some years where we had the components for our CCM, customer communication management. I would take the presenter. Yeah. Thank you. To implement a solution for all customers who generate transactional documents, individual documents, so that they can have a very good output for their customers, that they feel that the letter is written especially for the customer and receiver. The third big topic at CEB is BPM. So, as Uli said, CIB Flow was found before 10 years, where we made a research which BPM engine we should know in the base for our low-code platform. Vincent and me will talk later a little bit more about CIB Flow. And the fourth big topic at CEB in the standard software development is AI. It's not just a buzzword. We're implementing a lot of new components, for example, document processing, document analyze, classification, entity recognition, using AI, but also topics that are not so in the mainstream area, like CIB. So we can make out of a scanned document, a document that is accessible for blind people, for example. So recognize the text, the images, the tables in such a document. So we have a very broad spectrum of solutions for our customers.
Maybe we have yesterday a discussion about artificial intelligence. We started 97 with LSTM, short memory, and this is always in the market. And I think we have a tradition with artificial intelligence. It's not an actual trend. I think we need it in the future. We have here some research project together with Fraunhofer. Maybe you know Fraunhofer or universities, to get here a closer situation for all these models we need for our BPM.
The following slides show a little bit more about our standard software development. These are a lot of buzzwords, but we are all working with such topics to research if these new technologies are sensible for our software development, make the development better, make the solutions better, make better solutions for our customers. So this is why we are managing with all these buzzwords currently used in the development area. Here are also some examples of components we developed in the past 36 years. A signing component, a scanning app for documents, are only one or two of 250 modules we offer our customers. As we said, also the topic accessibility is pretty important for us. So we have also an open eye to it, that the front ends of our solutions are responsible and accessible for blind people or anything else. With COSYS, it's our customer communication management system. We generate around about, it's wrong, now there are 3 billion of documents a year in the financial sector.
Billion.
So this is really a huge number of documents we generate. The most are still sent physically, but we are on the way with our customers to digitalize also the documents that they are transferred digital to our to their customers.
Nearby 3 billion of documents.
I think I said.
Okay, sorry.
But we have a live stream, we can...
Because I have heard million, yeah? Okay.
So currently one of the most topics, as I said, is CIB7 and CIB Flow. Some of you perhaps heard about CIB7. CIB7 was the base for our local platform CIB Flow, and was, as I said, invented before around about 10 years. But as I said, these two topics we will hear later a little bit more. Here are some of the AI topics we work on at CIB. So we have a software development department with AI, with the AI team, to invent, should we implement an own solution? Is there something in the market that is already ready to use for us? So makes it sense to develop a new model, to do something like that, a specific functionality, or is there a standard in the market? So this is very important for us to be always a little bit faster than the standard market. So we often have the solution before the market is requesting the solution. This is our target. Here's the numbers. Here's the right document account, 3 billion documents. You see we have 7 locations in Europe based, around about 150 employees working for us, founded before 36 years. And here in Munich is our headquarter. Very nice to see you all here today, and also the people at the streams. Pretty interesting how it is processing. Here a little overview of our locations we have around at Europe. 7 locations, some in, I would prefer that here is standing Nuremberg, not Fürth, but this is, we have to talk with marketing to change this.
But it's original Fürth, but you don't like
I don't know.
Okay.
And here a little timeline of CIB, the CIB group. We are a group of companies, how it was implemented in the past 36 years. And at the end, I think pretty interesting is with whom are we working, what are our customers. And you see we are since 36 years working in the enterprise, with enterprise customers, big companies. So we are used to give support, to make release planning with our customers. So it's not a new topic that we work with big companies. We are used to do this. For example, with BMW to generate worldwide documents or offers and have other big customers working worldwide with our modules and solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a little bit problem with my teeth because yesterday I have a visit by my dentist and he makes a fort. I hope I get a better solution in the future. We have 2 employees
Yes.
today. They have birthday. Please come around. Konrad and Patricia. Patricia, I said. Konrad, please come up. And Alice. I think they should have here original a big cake. Okay.
Here. Both of you are now allowed to blow the candle out.
Okay. For all. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Alice, maybe some words about your person and your role?
Yes, I'm here in CIB for almost 1 year and in the UX UI development department, and working also for CIB 7, improving the UI and the usability and the experience for users, and yeah, developing the tool. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Konrad?
Hello everybody, I'm Konrad Grosser. I'm the head of the AI team. I've been at CIB for about 5 years, and a lot of the modules Frank mentioned, I had some hand in creating, and it makes me proud, and it comes up in this discussion.
But the cake is not from Vienna.
No,
because you're from Vienna.
But it's the perfect cake. I love
Okay,
it.
okay, okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Ja. So. Es geht weiter mit dir? Ja.
Thanks a lot. We would now start to introduce now the topic the most of you are probably here. We would introduce a little bit more about CIB 7. Vincent, the microphone. Vincent will support me. Sorry. We would now introduce a little bit about the history, if we can call it so, of CIB 7, why we found it, why we did what we did, how we did it, and that will start with Vincent, and I will go ahead with what we are offering now currently with CIB 7, what is our strategy with our partnering, with implementation, and so on.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello, guys. I'm Vincent. I'm a BPM process developer, working now for 2 years at CIB, and before that, I've used to work in the banking financial sector, also doing process automation back then with Camunda. And yeah, I'm very happy to be here today. I'm very happy to see you guys, all of the people who have joined online. Thank you so much for being here and making this a very cool first community event, I would say. And yeah, as Frank said, I would want to give you a brief storyline of how we even came up with the idea of forking Camunda and maintaining this for the foreseeable and prospective future as well. So Uli already mentioned that we come from a background of document management. The term LibreOffice was also briefly used. And this is something I want to start upon because since the year 2000, we are providing continuous support for LibreOffice. So we are used to supporting long-term an open source project. And the next very important point in the timeline is 2015. This is when, as was also mentioned already, our own BPM platform, CIB Flow, was born. And back then it was based upon Camunda 7 Community Edition because it was open source, right? And since then, since 2015, we gathered a lot of experience working with the engine, building components around it, and improving the whole product, and also, for example, building new completely redesigned front ends. So this is something which will later be important because we were able to contribute all those developments to the community when we launched CIB 7. Yeah, Frank showed a brief mention of our customer base, and basically a lot of those customers, which you saw on this slide, were or still are using CIB Flow, and of course also were using Camunda 7 Community Edition. And then in the end of 2023, we all know what happened. Camunda announced the end of life of the community version for Camunda 7. And therefore we, and especially our customers, had a little problem, because they were running hundreds of thousands, millions of process instances, running mission-critical processes on an engine which would be no longer supported. And this is when we came up with the idea to fork Camunda 7 first, just for our customers, to protect their investments in our product, in our solution, and to give them a stable open source version of the engine to rely upon. But then we got a lot of feedback from other industries, and also from a lot of people who were not our customers, and they expressed their need also for a stable solution, an open source version of a BPM engine, which was based upon Camunda 7. And then we, and in particular Uli, had the idea to make the fork a bit more for a broader audience. And this is when the idea was born, to push or put out the fork for the whole community, for the whole world basically. And our first contributions were our redesigned front ends, and which we were, as I said already, which we developed over the time since we worked on CIB Flow. Where's the? Oh, yeah. Exactly, and okay, perfect, thank you. And now, basically, in November 2024, we released CIB 7 version 1.0, which was still based on the Camunda stack. And the very important time or event was in May 2025, when we released CIB 7 2.0, which then came with all of our front ends included, with all the improvements we made. In summer 2025, up until the end of the year, we started to release the enterprise features, which are almost feature complete by now and will be by the end of the year. And today marks a very special point as well, because today we are all here, or you are online with us, to attend our first community meeting, hopefully one of many. And the next very important point in time will be the 7th of November, of course, where we will be releasing CIB 7 2.1 and CIB 7 Insight. And of course, this is going to be continued. And in 2026, just as a brief appetizer, basically, we are looking to release our CIB 7 Marketplace, integration of AI agents, and all of these topics will be discussed in the Tech Talk with Oleg later today.
Perfect. Thank you for the introduction. So this is what the description, why we did what we did, why we made the fork for us, for our customers, and for new customers. For us, it is important that we explain probably once again what we offer with CIB 7. This is at least our BPMN stack, as we call it. So we have the core, the open source engine of CIB 7. As you know it, probably from Camunda, it's still open source. It can be used cost-free. It has 2 updates a year. So nearly the same like Camunda 7 Community Edition did. On top, we said we will offer 3 different editions to CIB 7. The first is Community Plus. So in our discussions with our customers and probably new customers, there was often the request, I don't need support, I don't need the enterprise features, but I need a stable situation because I'm in a regulated market, or I'm pretty sensitive with the data and I need a higher security level. So they need security patches and bug fixes earlier than once half a year. So we offer the Community Plus edition that is released monthly. Other customers said, hey, I need support, but I don't need the enterprise features. So we said we will offer a CIB7 LTS version that our customers have access to our ticketing system. That in urgent cases, they can call us directly to get support and get a hotfix if they have a real technical problem in their, or an issue in their CIB7 engine. And the third edition is the CIB7 Enterprise Edition. It contains the enterprise features. Oleg will explain them later for process, instance migration, optimized search, and so on. But Oleg will give a detailed overview of the enterprise features we offer. And all this we did is because we invented before 10 years CIBFlow, our local platform, where we integrated our 250 modules to make easily document processing, intelligent document processing, to have front-end UI editor for the BPM processes, to use several additional components to make it possible that not technical guys make the processes, but the people without technical skills, not developers, should build the processes because they have the knowledge about it. So our main goal is CIB7 to make it as the best BPM engine in the market. So we have a concrete plan, what topics we will implement in the next years. We have now long-term contracts with customers. It's not just a fork and we will maintain it for some years and try to earn a little bit money. No, we invested a lot of money to offer the new front ends, to implement new components, and Oleg will also then tell what in the release plan is planned for the next years. So our strategy with CIB7 is to offer it as a long-term stable BPM engine in different editions, cost-free, open source, and additionally in different other editions if they are needed and wanted. And we want to be very close with our customers still. This is today the opening of our community events. We will hope next time they will sit the double amount of people here in this room. So we will keep very close in contact with our customers and partners. And the partnering is for us also a very important topic because we are a standard software development apartment. So we are focused on standard software. We are not doing the projects with our customers usually, only if it's really necessary. But we have some partners and we will increase the amount of partners for us. Currently, we have the comfortable situation that there are a lot of Camunda 7 certified partners in the market. So every one of them can tomorrow work with CIB7 because a migration, we heard it from Eric, he will have a presentation later on. They planned to release CIB7 in the next year, but the migration was so easy that they already integrated this year because the POC was so good that they say, okay, we can do it this year. And this is also our strategic plan. We want to keep it simple for customers to migrate from Camunda 7 to CIB7 on the one hand. We want to build up a partnership management to have partners to support our customers with their needs in their projects from supporting in projects, maintenance, and all topics that are important for our customers. So I think this was a short overview about the current state, what we are currently doing with CIB7 and CIBFlow. I'm proud now to present one of our partners who wants to show something about how they use workflows in processes. Oli, you want to say something? Okay. Then I would say the two colleagues go to the Technique to get their microphone headsets. And then we have some presentations today, as I said, from our technical team and from some partners. They talk a little bit about the migration from Camunda 7 to CIB7 or what they offer in their portfolio. But for us, it is, as I said, strategic. We are a software house. We will have a lot of partners, and we are open-minded here to talk with other partners and find new partners in the market. But our target is that we want to make the customers successful with their BPMN development, with their process management, to digitalize their end-to-end processes. This is a main focus. As Uli said, from the foundation on, the main topic was to digitalize the end-to-end processes. And this is the next step with CIB7 and CIB Flow, and I hope with all of you here, online and in the room. Thank you.
Just a quick amendment from my side. If you got any questions, we are always around. You can't miss us because of these nice red-colored polo shirts. And also, the people who are joining online, the chat will be monitored, and you can just shoot your questions, and we'll try to answer them as quick as possible. And now for the colleagues from USU, thank you.
Originally, the name was 7-Up, but they said it's not allowed, so we have CIB7. Yeah? Okay.
Thank you, thank you. So 4 years ago, we set out to build more than just another HR portal. Our goal was to create a scalable, workflow-driven platform that could serve multiple clients, adapt to evolving needs, and empower both users and developers. At the heart of this journey is a powerful workflow engine and Liferay DXP. And we chose them not just because of their technical strength, but for the flexibility, speed, and user experience they enable. In this session, we'll share how we build an architecture for a continuously growing solution. We'll explore why we chose a workflow engine over hard-coded logic, and how Liferay DXP became more than just a front end. Plus, the lessons we've learned from integration challenges to unexpected wins. Whether you're designing processes, building systems, or driving digital transformation, this story is for you. My name is Andreas Fürnau, and I've been with USU Digital Consulting now for 17 years, consulting and leading a team that develops custom software solutions with a strong focus on portals. My journey with workflows began early. At a telco company, we built our own workflow system, but it was very rigid and hard to adapt. Business users wanted flexibility, but the actual process lived more on paper than in code. Later, I moved into the portal space with Liferay, where workflows were mostly content-driven and built on top of their internal engine. When this project began, I admit I wasn't immediately sold on using a dedicated workflow engine. I had seen too many overpromises before. But today, I'm here as an advocate, convinced by the real-world results and the benefits. And with me is Florian Strasser.
Yeah, I'm Florian Strasser. I work at USU since 5 years, and I started this project. I was there since the beginning. I started at the time, I didn't have any experience with workflows or very little workflow engines, and I've got accustomed really fast with it, I guess, and now we are still developing the portal, and now I'm mostly lead developer there and doing most of the work on the workflow engine. So yeah, and I will tell them more about it later, but now it's more from Andreas.
So this is our company, USU Digital Consulting. We were founded in 1977 and have offices all over Germany. In Möglingen, you probably know that, you don't know that, it's close to Stuttgart. Our headquarters, one in Munich in the Ganghofer Straße, one in Bonn, and one in Berlin. And we serve more than 200 clients, and one area is the digital customer experience. And at USU Digital Consulting, we help our customers to go digital, not just in one area, but across the board. That means building websites and sometimes also mobile apps for digital marketing, and also create portals for customers, partners, or employees. And we support digital collaboration, for example, in intranets. And we see ourselves as a full service provider from strategy, concept and architecture to design, implementation, testing and rollout. And we don't stop there. We also take care of application management and operations. If our customers want the all-in package, we've got them covered. And the project we're presenting today brings all of these skills together in one solution. And before you can build something new, you must understand what isn't working. The reality was the customer had disconnected systems, paper-based processes, and a patchwork of legacy tools. These were holding everyone and everything back. While every department had its own way of working, none of it scaled well. This was our starting point. So what did we find before the project started? A fragmented IT landscape, no single source of truth. The existing systems didn't talk to each other. They had HR, benefits, and personal systems, and they operated in silos. So no shared data, no integration, and no unified view of the customer or employee. Each department maintained its own standalone master data, so that led to disconnected systems, duplicate personal records, and inconsistent IDs. The existing systems also lacked modern UX, scalability, and flexibility. Customizations were very difficult, and updates were, of course, slow. It also did not follow the corporate design of the client and was not intuitive and user-friendly. Key workflows, like approvals or requests, still oftentimes relied on physical documents, like paper, email chains, or informal steps, which led to delays and inconsistencies. And this also meant, of course, low self-service capabilities. The customers had to rely on phone calls or emails for even simple requests. This increased the workload for the internal teams and, of course, frustrated the users. And also, this setup posed challenges because of highly sensitive personal and payroll data. And each department had its own way of handling requests with little automation or cross-functional alignment, which made scaling nearly impossible. All in all, the situation led to duplication, inefficiencies, and compliance risks, and the need to reinvent. So what was the goal of the customer? The goal was to provide one single point of contact for their customers. That means to create a central, flexible HR service portal to unify and digitize key business processes across departments. To empower their customers with self-service, with intuitive self-service capabilities for better engagement and satisfaction. And of course, to also ensure compliance and security for sensitive data while maintaining performance. But they also had additional goals. They wanted to replace their legacy extranet with a modern platform. They wanted to enable dynamic workflows, to automate and standardize internal and external processes. They wanted to introduce a unified master data system to eliminate those duplicates and ensure consistent personal records, and lay the foundation for continuous growth through a modular architecture and expandable functionality. And before we dive into the solution, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the core challenges and give you a quick summary of the requirement we addressed. At its heart, this project is about building an online portal that brings together multiple applications. One key element is the central master data management, a single source of truth for all relevant systems. And like any modern portal, it also needs to connect with existing backend systems, such as payroll or document storage. And we quickly understood that flexibility and expandability were top priorities for the customer. The system must grow with the needs of our customer and be easy to adapt. The portal offers functionality on 2 levels. A general level with shared applications and a client-specific level for targeted use cases. And all are accessible through one central dashboard. On the general level, we had 2 applications, the travel management and the seminar administration, both with clear user-driven processes. Other applications focus on data exchange and communication, like HR services. These are organized around a central mailbox where sensitive documents are exchanged on a per-user basis. Beyond that, the platform also supports future extensions like pension fund registration or insurance registrations. Of course, all of this operates in a highly secure environment, starting with secure registration and 2-factor authentication at login. Another important feature is the knowledge base referred to as Wiki. Speaking of the platform, the customer asked for features like user role and permission management. They also needed content and document capabilities. And they wanted a solution that could be branded to its corporate design, fully aligned with their style guide. And we read through these requirements, one thing was clear: this is a complex, multi-layered project, and that's exactly where we at USU DC feel at home. So when we look at the different building blocks that we need, we can identify 5 important areas. The front end for the applications and the UI-related things. The application processes, which is basically the workflow engine. An integration module that extracts, transforms, and loads data from different systems. And a queue to connect processes asynchronously due to the high expected load. And of course, the master data management to unify all customer profiles and provide login and registration services. Let's start with the foundation of the solution, the portal framework. We chose Liferay Digital Experience Platform, or Liferay DXP, because it offers exactly what this project needs: a strong base with the flexibility to grow. One of the biggest advantages is the number of out-of-the-box features it brings. We're talking about user and permission management, the ability to create multiple sites, and built-in content and document management tools. All of this is available right from the start, which helps us move quickly and focus on the custom parts of the solution. Another key reason for the DXP was its extensibility. We could easily build modular individual applications on top of it and integrate them smoothly into the portal environment. From a design perspective, the platform supports full alignment with the customer's corporate identity, like colors, fonts, and layout styles. And finally, we made sure the platform supports accessibility standards, specifically WCAG compliance. That means the portal is usable for all users, including those with visual or motor impairments, which is not just a best practice, but here a legal requirement. So overall, Liferay DXP gave us a strong, flexible, and future-proof foundation for everything we built on top. When it came to building the front end, we deliberately chose modern technologies, specifically React, together with a Prime React component library. Why React? First, we wanted to build modular, maintainable front ends that could evolve over time. React is a proven industry standard, widely used, well supported, and with a large developer community. That means it's easier to find skilled developers, easier to maintain and extend in the long run. We also made a conscious decision to move away from older technologies like Java-based portlets, which were used in the past in Liferay-based projects. React also integrates smoothly with Liferay DXP via APIs. This allows us to connect portal features like authentication, role management, and content services without being locked into a monolithic structure. And with Prime React, we had access to a rich set of ready-to-use UI components, everything from tables and forms to calendars and dialogues. That helped us speed up development while still delivering a polished, consistent user experience. So overall, this combination gave us the best of both worlds. Modern, flexible front ends that integrate seamlessly into a powerful portal platform.
That's where I took over. The next part we had to solve was the user management and single sign-on. As was said before, there was no single sign-on or single system where there's user access, so we had to start with a fresh start. And what we had to do is bring all the data in one source back so we can access it and manage it in our system. That's very, and what's also important was that changes that were made there could be audited. And like I said, central authentication and single sign-on is needed. Also, a requirement was to have multi-factor authentication and a self-registration process. This all, like with Liferay, we searched for a system that could deliver that with out-of-the-box systems. And that's where we came to Keycloak, where we could solve all these things, mostly with the out-of-the-box features, and had only to do some custom code to bring together all the master data we got from the back end. Yeah. Then, as next is the application processes. They had to be flexible, extensible, and transparent. And one requirement was there are already processes, and they had to be digitalized. And the customer was capable to make BPMN processes, but they had to be brought in a digital form, and that's where we landed on the Camunda workflow engine. At the time, open source system, like already mentioned a few times, and that's when it was announced to be end of life, and we landed, when we searched for alternatives, we landed here at SIP 7, and that's why we are here today. But that's, I will say some more later about that part. And then we have the integration part. We have a lot of data that has to be moved between the systems, between the backend system to the master data management, from what documents for users in the portal, and there was a high performance needed, and it had to be fast. That's where we landed on Talent. At the time, also open source system. Now, not anymore open source. That's a similar story like in Camunda, and at there we switched later to Telexy Open Studio. Yeah, that's what Talent looks like. So it's easy to make some data transformation, and then you go into prod and notice a lot of edge cases, and then it looks like this. So it gets a lot more complicated. And then the last part of our tools is RabbitMQ. That's because we needed queue to make the communication between the application processes and the front end, because there was expectation of high amount of data, and we wanted to decouple the system of Liferay and Camunda so we can work on the workflows while Liferay is serving some front-end stuff, and yeah. That's done with listener and providers on both sides that write or read out into the queue in RabbitMQ.
Yeah, but technology alone doesn't guarantee success. So to build a solution like this and keep it evolving, you also need a partner who understands both the tools and the business context. In our case, it helped that we already had deep experience with the Liferay platform, and we are the only Liferay Platinum service partner, which is the highest level in Germany. And that allowed us to focus on what really mattered, translating complex requirements into a working solution. It also made sense to have one team responsible for the full life cycle, from concept and development to support and future enhancements. And Florian is the example that it really worked. He's still on board. And this reduces, of course, handover friction, speeds up decisions, and ensures continuity. And as the solution grows, having that continuity becomes even more important, especially when new use cases and integrations come into play.
So we had the overview earlier, so now we have the system architecture with all the components we just described. At the top, we have the master data management, where we have the payroll system, mostly as backend system, that gets where the data is transferred with talent or Telexy to Keycloak, so we can use it in the system for Liferay DXP and Camunda. And on the bottom, there's also some other data sources, like documents that get imported to Liferay that get transferred with also talent and Telexy. And now I want to show some stuff about the workflow engine. That's one of the easier processes we have there. It's an easy, simple approval workflow where there's an approval, or sometimes there's no approval needed, depends, and then there's some feedback where the data can be fixed. All this is done with all our processes are started with a React front-end form where some data is put in, and then it's put into the workflow instance is started with it. And we have some tasks that are happening multiple times. That's our service tasks that happen often are setting states or updating data that are written back to Liferay via the queue, or notifications are sent. The notifications have to be sent from Liferay because Liferay has its own notification system where it's also there. And like I said, that's done by writing into the queue what has to be sent, and Liferay reads that and writes the email based on a template. And the next thing is the user interaction. We have user tasks and message events, and those are assigned by individually or by role, depending on the workflow. And one part that makes this difficult for us is we don't have the users in Camunda. So we had to authenticate them against Keycloak and check if they are the right person that is assigned to the job, or is it somebody else. And then for that we had to write a custom REST endpoint with authentication to Keycloak, and that's it's done there. And now the last part is we had, as we already said, the migration to CIB 7. That's up till now only done on a proof of concept basis. That was basically, the migration itself was basically done in a few hours, but thanks to the easy to follow manual, but there were a few problems. The first problem was the Keycloak integration that I already explained, that had some issues we had to fix ourselves because some of the plugins were not supported yet, And the second problem was we were still working with an older version of Camunda and had to migrate to Jakarta. And some of you may have done a Jakarta migration already. There's always some issue you can find where some dependency is using JavaX and you can't find it. And like I said, to-dos is it has still to be deployed at the customer. And the other thing we haven't done yet is the migration to the new CIB 7 web client. And project learnings.
Let's take a look at some of the key business side lessons we learned during the project. And one of the first surprises was that the adoption rate in the early phase was lower than expected. But this actually turned into a positive because it gave our customer the chance to observe how users interacted with the system and to adjust the approach based on real feedback. They quickly realized that training and enablement were critical to success. And so they introduced regular monthly online training sessions, training materials, including short targeted videos, and a growing collection of FAQ documents to support users in their day-to-day work. And another important lesson came from the complexity of the requirements. With so many moving parts, there were naturally some misunderstandings along the way, especially in the context of a fixed price contract. And this taught us the value of flexible change management. We had to stay agile, communicate closely, and make sure both sides had a shared understanding, not just of the solution, but also of the goals behind it. In short, user enablement and agile collaboration were just as important as the technology itself.
The business challenge.
The Steins. It's yours.
Okay, we had the challenges which we faced and how we overcome that. First part is the business challenges. We, like I said, like Andreas already said, at the start the adoption rate was slower as we intended, and I'm confused. We had the technical challenges, and the integration with workflow engine through React apps and through LiveRay was a first for us. We had done React applications, we had done a lot of LiveRay projects, we had done Camunda projects, but we haven't done all of those together. So that was one issue. And then what's important was the access security. Like I said, this was the part of Keycloak where we had to make sure only the authenticated persons can make those user tasks, and yeah. And the last part was also the interface stability across multiple modules, development in parallel, and lots of moving parts. And we also had some performance issues we didn't face when we had them at dev, and only came up when we had a lot of person on prod that upload documents were really slow. So we had to fix those, and we solved those by parallelizing the upload and could make it in a very stable way now. Then the benefits that we realized, expected was, of course, it was one of the requirements, one portal for all customer needs, where clear access is there. Everybody, I have all my modules I have from the customer in one place. I can change my, I have one data for myself and not multiple data across multiple systems. Faster change cycles, as I said earlier, slow paper-based processes couldn't be changed, and now with the digitalized, we can fast change the processes and make them fit the customer's need. And the last was to have the ability to have customer-specific workflows, where some, like the workflow that I showed earlier, some customers don't have an approval system, so there's a way to not have that. And what's unexpected benefits is the customers provide a lot of feedback and need less support. Onboarding process was, for new clients, is much faster now, and with that, and there's also a lot of collaboration between the IT and the business happened through this project. And the customer is growing regularly, and the high end customer certification is high, and internal project efforts are reduced significantly.
So today, the solution is growing steadily, both in functionality and in value. We are rolling out regular updates and extensions, and the platform continues to evolve with the needs of the organization. We've implemented a wide range of new business use cases, from simple ones like sick notes to more complex ones like new employee onboarding. That onboarding process now includes its own workflow, multiple approval layers, and a structured exchange of documents, all handled digitally. This has made the entire process more transparent, more efficient, and much easier to manage. What's clear is the platform is doing exactly what it was designed to do, scaling with the business. It's proving to be a stable, flexible foundation for further development. But as we all know, the open source landscape is changing fast. We are here at this event because Camunda, the workflow engine we originally built it on, is no longer open source. Thankfully, we had already started migrating to CIB 7, and we're glad to be presenting that transition here today. The same thing happened with Talent, the tool we use for data integration in ETL. It was acquired by an investor and is also no longer open source. We've since replaced it with Telex, a more sustainable alternative. In both cases, we evaluated whether switching to the enterprise versions made sense. But the pricing models were simply not viable for this project. One component that has remained stable is Liferay DXP. While it's a commercial product, it still actively supports the open source community. That said, we've always used the enterprise edition of Liferay from the beginning to ensure long-term support and reliability. So in summary, the solution continues to grow and deliver value, but we've also had to adapt to shifting technology landscapes. And that adaptability has become one of the platform's biggest strengths. Let's take a final look at what this project has achieved and how far we've come. We've moved from many disconnected systems to one centralized, scalable platform that brings everything together. We've gone from paper-based manual processes to clear, transparent digital workflows, accessible anytime from anywhere. We've shifted from IT-led implementations to business-empowered process ownership, where teams can shape and adapt their workflows themselves. And we've gone from static tools to a living, evolving solution, one that grows with the organization and adapts to change. This isn't just a technical upgrade, it's a real digital transformation. The journey doesn't stop here, and we're already working on the next steps. First, the customer has chosen Liferay as the foundation for their new public website, and we at USO Digital Consulting are leading the complete redesign from concept to delivery. And the same visual design will also be applied to the service portal. We are reworking the UI using the design system developed for the website, ensuring a consistent and modern user experience across all channels. And of course, we're continuing to expand the platform with new business use cases, further driving digitalization and efficiency in the customer's internal and external processes. So the platform continues to evolve, not just technically, but visually and strategically. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your microphone. Perhaps now? Not yet? Now. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Very interesting. Perhaps two short questions, or any questions here? You talked about the open source landscape and the rapid change. Who requests that the component should be open source? Is it the suggestion from you as USO, or is it from the customer who says, I want to have open source components in my solutions?
basically, it was our decision. The customer wanted to have workflows, and he wanted to have a portal, and he didn't specifically request open source or any technology at all. So they had these clear business processes they wanted to see implemented, and they wanted, of course, they also looked at the price tag. So that's why we chose open source. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a pricing topic also, why
Also,
such a...
yes.
Okay. And another question, the BPM processes, who is modeling them? Is it done by the development team, or is the business unit also involved in the design?
I think I said it, but the business users deliver us some basic workflows that we then translate to the specifica we have in place, like the notifications, tasks, and so on, that business users don't do in their process modeling, but basically we get basic BPMN processes and translate them to...
Okay, but they already create BPMN 2.0 notification process models. Okay, thank you for the presentation. We have a small gift for you. It's something Munich specific, a little chocolate.
Thanks.
And a toolbox. It's a knife, a Swiss knife.
Oh, perfect.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So if are there any questions left? Otherwise we would make a short break up to 11:30, and then we would start with the technical part of the morning. Thank you.
Thank
See
you.
later. So, hallo zusammen. Ich hoffe, die kurze Kaffeepause hat gepasst. In 2 Minuten geht der Zeitplan schon wieder weiter. Von dem her würde ich mich freuen, wenn ihr euch wieder auf die Plätze bewegt. Auf welcher Seite stehst du? Schau mal, ich leg dir das schon mal hin. Das andere Mikro lass ich mal drüben liegen.
Eins. Ups.
So, perfect. I hope everybody had a short coffee, something to eat. Now we'll get to the next part of our presentation. Oleg will present some technical informations about CIB7. Are you ready to start?
Yes, I hope so.
Perfect. Thank you. Then enjoy the next presentation.
All right. So, I'm the technical guy here, and I will tell you the same story that you've heard already from Vincent and Frank, but a little bit more boring and with ugly slides. So first of all about me. So I'm not as old as Uli, but still I've started programming already in last century. And at the beginning I've been also doing some CEO, even before the Google search. So it was back then in the Ukraine, then I came here to Germany, studied at Technical University in Munich, and as I've started to work here in Germany, I've been in touch with different technologies, different buzzwords, as you all know them. So I've been working, starting from the developer to the project manager to the department lead and CTO at the end of the previous company. So we've been doing big data, and we have also been deploying our applications in the cloud and on premise. So I know the technology part of the situation, but the BPMN topic was new to me as I came to CIB. But through my journey, I've been part of multiple product developments, so starting the working student, then going further to the product owner of some of these products, and all of them are still in the market, the 4 of them, and now I hope that I can bring this experience to make the best of CIB7 together with CIB and together with our community. But I'm not alone working on CIB7, of course. So generally, what you may know, that we have the developers, of course. We have the core team of the CIB7 developers who are working on that product, but you have also heard previously already about CIBflow. This is our main BPMN product. It was earlier. It was created before CIB7, many years before. And so the product owner of it is Andreas Held. He's sitting here, and the main developer lead, Ivan Hernandez, and his team has been working on this product for many years. And they're helping now us at CIB7 to bring the new front end, to set up everything, and they are the pioneers. They're bringing everything first in that product, and some of that parts we take over to the CIB7. Also, we have now, it will be released end of this week, CIB Insight. This is our pendant to Camunda Optimize, so it's also process mining parts. We have the developers working on that, and we have the data scientists who have been analyzing the data in the tables and preparing all that stuff. And we have here at our company, with 36 years of experience, we have many people working on different parts of our products. You've seen probably all those boxes there that are the modules that CIB has. So these departments are helping us in CIB7 development all the time. So why CIB7? You've heard it already from Frank, but still, so my view on that. First of all, we wanted to help our customers. We wanted to help our CIBFlow customers because they had the situation that they've set on Camunda 7 as an open source BPMN engine, and they had the need to migrate either to Camunda 8. We have also tried Camunda 8 integration in the CIBFlow, or to some other business process engine. Later, as we've started doing CIB7, we've seen that other companies have the same situation. They've been asking us whether we want to help them, and we're glad to help them, of course. The next step is, as every developer, with every new project, we want to gather some experience and to make it better with every product we grow. And the last but not least, we want to make some money, of course. So we are a business company, we have to pay the salaries to our employees, but it's not the main point. Yeah. So the history of the code that we have in the CIB7, what I've learned about, so in the next presentation of Dmitry Kilidze, you will learn more even before the activity, but I've started this journey starting from activity, the code that I've seen in the GitHub repository of Camunda. So based on activity, there have been at least two most interesting forks came out of that, so Camunda and Flowable. And back then, starting on Camunda, we have created the flow and used it as BPMN engine. And now, 1 year ago, two new forks has been born, so CIB7 and Operaton. I mean, there is also a third one, CIB, maybe also some few more forks, but still. And from our point of view, we have CIB7, we have this new front end that you may have seen in our product, but we are not only a fork of Camunda, as you may think. We are also a fork of CIBFlow. So we have took some code of CIBFlow and made it open source in our GitHub repository under Apache license, and yeah, we are shipping it now together in CIB7. And during this year, what we've been mainly working on, apart of setting up all the stuff and getting our front end working and dealing with some small issues that we have got during the integration, we have started to work on the enterprise features. So we have been releasing during the last 5 or 6 months, we have been releasing all the enterprise features that our customers, we have already customers that are running CIB7 Enterprise Edition in the production. So we've put almost everything that they need. So few of the small features are still to be done. I'm not sure that we will be ready till the next Friday with all those missing features. For example, some reports are still missing, but we have them in CIB Insight, on the other hand. But yes, so that was the main work done in this year. And this is our enterprise release plan. So month by month, we've been releasing few of those enterprise features. So first of all, we have created the deep the drill down with the process instance search to be able to search in the process instances based on different criteria. We have also created a specific historical parts of the cockpit of the CIB7. And here I have to mention that even in the CIB flow, we have already had the historical process instances, not only the running process instances, but you could take a look what has happened in a system. And same here. So we have put these historical parts right away as an open source part of our web client. And so in the next steps, we have gone through migration. So currently we support just normal migration of BPMN processes from one version to another. We have also done the batch process changes. So of course, everything of that is inside of the engine. Everything of that can be done based on the REST API. But we have created the front end for the operational guys who are taking a look at the bigger system and who has to deal with some situations in the production. So they can find all the process instances that are running with incidents and do the retries or change the process or migrate and solve all these issues. In the last release, so this month, beginning of this month, we have got also the missing some DMN situations, a little bit more better dashboard for the open tasks, for the dashboard and so on. So only part that is missing is this reporting part. Actually, multi-engine, this is not really an enterprise feature, it is a community feature. It will be, I'm not sure, I think it has been already merged, so will be also available end of next week, yes. And yes, now I will show you a few slides from last year. So these 4 or 5 slides that I will be showing you was our internal presentation. So 1 year ago, as we've started CIB7, as we started working on it as a product, not as a concept. So at the beginning, the normal process of development, you have the code, you have to test it, you have to run it and to make the integration, QA and so on, and then you have to deliver it to the customer. But together with this whole situation, you have many other problems. So some of them are general for the normal IT software projects. Some of them may be more specific, like, for example, for the open source world. So one of the biggest fears for me was to release the code to the Maven Central, because if you will release somewhere there, you cannot delete it. This is something specific out there. And these have been our priorities, right? So this is CIB7 fix 1 year ago. And we've said, so Prio 1 is that the flow, our main product, should be running with CIB7 as an engine. We have to switch from Camunda 7 to CIB7. This was the priority number 1, to help our customers. The second Prio, it was out there in the version 2.0, is to be able for other people, for other companies to switch from Camunda 7 to CIB7. So this was Prio 2, CIB7 should be standalone, and if someone wants to use it, you're welcome. And the number 3 priority have been the enterprise features. So we know that they are useful. We know that in enterprise companies, you need them for the operations. And so, first of all, we've heard many about the optimize, we've heard about the heat maps, and we've heard that the management likes it. These colorful pictures. And we thought, all right, we will also create a product based on that. But that was the Prio 3. And based on that, we've aligned to the releases of Camunda, so 7.22, 23, and 24. And that's how we released CIB7. So generally, CIB7 1.0 was on the status of 7.22. it is already migrated to Jakarta. And in this case, and in this place, we had also to migrate the flow to Jakarta. It was hard. It took some time. Yes, but now it is all good. So, but if you want to switch to ZIP 7, you have to do that, unfortunately, for you. Yeah. So as Camunda 723 has been released, we have worked till then on our front ends to make it open source ready, to extract them from the zip flow, to move them from our internal repositories to the open source world, and so on. And so we've took also the backported the commits from Camunda 723 because we want to be as near to Camunda as possible, to make it easier for people to migrate to ZIP 7. This is the main goal of ZIP 7, to make your life easier, to make the migration as simple as possible. So that's why till now we've been not working on the engine too much. We've been doing our part, we've been making the result of development of ZIP flow open source. And that's how the next release have been done. So it was planned to be end of April, but we have not managed that. We have released it 1 week later because there have been some integration issues in the main repository from our front ends. But still, now we're here. So next step was Camunda 724. They have already released their version, and we have been planning to release our ZIP 7 2.1 tomorrow. But it will not be possible because we've been doing also some other stuff. For example, this community event is important for us, so that's why some people, the developers, are still working on preparing the release, but we will do it next week. And together with this timeline, we have also defined the priorities. So ZIP flow customers, Camunda 7 Community Edition customers can switch to ZIP 7, and now Camunda Enterprise customers, if they want, can also switch to ZIP 7. So once again, this was our release timeline 1 year ago, and I hope that we could keep the promises during this year, and I hope that we can go further based on that. Now a little bit inside what is happening inside of the development. So Frank has already shown you that layer cake. And of course, if we have so many different packages out there, it makes also the problems on the development side. We have different release cycles, we have different security patches, we have to do the bug fixes, documentation for different versions and so on. And how is it done on our side? So here we are a company with 36 years of experience. And we are a company of, we have an infrastructure already in place that is supporting our products, our different products. We have DevOps who are responsible for the CI/CD pipelines and so on. Unfortunately, we cannot use everything in the open source world. For example, because of the ZIP POM, ZIP main POM is not open source. So partly we are migrating that, so we will be doing it more and more to make it more reusable, so to say, for us in GitHub, in open source world. But many stuff is going on still under the surface in our GitLab, our internal repositories. So that's how we are working, and on this level, on these different versions like normal community edition, community plus edition that you know, this is a strange slide. So generally what we had the engine, then this engine is also available as a Docker, and we have created the web client for that. And then out of it, we are creating the Community Plus edition with the monthly patches and the bug fixes and so on. And we have also 3 different versions. And at the end, we have the Enterprise edition with the Enterprise features inside. So generally, Community Plus and Enterprise edition are on the same patch level, a security patch level, but with additional Enterprise features And so actually you could even use Enterprise Edition as a Community Plus, because if you will not have the license, it will work as normal Community Plus Edition. And of course, so to be able to do this, we have to do some testing, but this testing is not done in the GitHub. So most of the parts you don't see it. We have here DevOps responsible for our Jenkins, our pipelines running, and we do testing against all the databases that we support. This line, it is working like 5 hours for 6 different databases in the test containers. So these 15,000 or something like that. Engine tests that are running, they are running also by us in the Jenkins, again, the different databases. And to have even more complexity, so we do not have only different packages inside of the ZIP7, we have different deployments. So it is the same as Camunda had, so normal Spring Boot, just a standalone application, Tomcat, Wildfly, and the Wildfly, we have also one customer who is using that, so we have also released Wildfly 28 support to that. Most of you are using Spring Boot application, and it makes, of course, our life a little bit easier. But some of you have been also asking about something like Quarkus. And I mean, I've been using also Apache Camel or Camel K at my previous work, and I like it. So it runs fast, it's Kubernetes native and so on. And since some of our potential customers has been asking about that, we will also make it, we will also maintain it. I mean, currently we have the source code of it, it is building and so on, but we are not testing it yet. So this will be our next step. And what we also have, so I've learned it last week, there is also some framework, Micronaut. It is not supported by us, and it was also not supported by Camunda. It is a part of the community projects. So at the beginning of this year, we have also created the community hub in our GitHub. So we have 2 organizations. One is ZIP7, another one is ZIP7 Community Hub, and we have forked there some of the Camunda community plugins. So we need external task client in Python for our AI guys. So they are doing AI in Python. Oh, don't understand that, but they need it. And some of the people have been asking about the test coverage and the Mockito. So this is not a part of ZIP7 core. I mean, our partners have helped us to migrate it to the org ZIP7 namespace, and some of you may have been already using that. But till now, we are not supporting it fully from our side. Another topic is here, ZIP7 Keycloak. So this one we will migrate, and probably we will even do a better support of it from our side, because we want also to use it for our distributions. But still, this is now work in progress. One of our partners has migrated it. We have to finalize the tests and to release it to our Artifactory and to Maven Central. And so here, mainly here on this community hub, it would be the place where we would need some help of your side if you want to help us. So generally in the core development, we will do our job. We will work on the engine in the next year. So I will talk in the roadmap of in which direction we will be moving this ZIP7 engine next year. And on the web client anyway. So we're working on that. But if you want to help us, if you are interested in supporting any community projects, feel free, get in touch. And actually, more or less, that's it from my side about the technical part of ZIP7. So.
Perfect, thanks a lot. Do we have any questions here? Yes, please.
Yeah, you told us something about the
The use case for the Keycloak is to integrate the single sign-on in the CIB7. So currently we have this CIB7 run distribution, and it has already security inside Spring Security using the OAuth authentication. But as far as I know, we have here a technical guy, Patrick, back there. He knows this OAuth better and all authentication stuff. But the Keycloak is providing the identity provider, so you can search for the people and for the groups inside of it. This is why someone would need the Keycloak plugin. As a tool for the development of the business processes with Camunda 7, usually it was always used modular from Camunda 7. I'm not sure even if modular was always in open source as well. But what is your plan? Are you continuing to use the same desktop application from Camunda as a modular, or you are planning to build a web UI like this Camunda 8, for example, for your case? Thank you. Actually, we have been planning to release web modular next week, but we have not managed to do that. Because, so we've been planning to do that at the beginning of the year to make it also open source. We have it already available in CFlow. We had it, I don't know for how long, for a few years, already integrated in CFlow, but our priorities in sense of features, in sense of enterprise customer requests have been switched to the enterprise roadmap. But still, we will have web modular in CIB7 till the next release. So next release, I mean not 2.1 coming in November, but probably 3.0. I will talk more about that in the next talk in the afternoon in the roadmap meeting. And there we will take the web modular also from the CFlow and make it available inside of the CIB7.
But in addition, the current Camunda modular can be used the same, it's compatible with both modelers. One moment, otherwise our online streamers wouldn't hear what your question.
Thank you. So my question is about the cockpit. So I saw that in the community version you already have quite a lot of features. What is your plan? So as I understand, there will be more development on the enterprise version where you will be adding more features. What's your plan about the community one? Do you plan to maintain it as is? Do you plan to add something there as well? Just to understand what is the long-term vision for the cockpit.
All right, thank you. As we plan new features, we every time think of whether this feature should come in the community edition or in the enterprise edition. So currently in the community edition of CIB7, we have, beside of the history process instances and beside of the beta task list that came from everything from CFlow to us, we have also integrated some support of the documents that has been introduced in Camunda 8. So we have been asked in the GitHub issues why are some tasks, user tasks not working that have been designed based on the Camunda 8 components like uploading the document and showing, previewing it. Generally, we have in CFlow our own easy forms. So they are more convenient to use. Per drag and drop, you can quickly create some form. But since people in the community edition also needs these features, like for example working with the documents, and since they are already there in the BPMN JavaScript library, we have added the support to it directly in the community edition. And yeah, so in the community edition, we have done some changes. I mean, for example, we have this multi-language support, we have the styling support out of the box, and we will be also adding further features inside of the community edition. So I think, so our plan is to make also the web modular open source, because we want to create the marketplace, and in the web modular you could be using ours, yours, third party, any components. So this is what we are planning to do in the next year for the community edition. But I will tell you more in the roadmap session in the afternoon.
Perhaps in addition, for us as a software development company, it's important to talk with our customers what is needed. As Oleg said, we have one customer currently on Wildfly, so we have to think about, will we support Wildfly in the next 5 or 10 years with only one customer, or will the customer migrate to another system? So we have to keep the BPMN engine as good as supportable or maintainable from our side. So there we have a concrete eye on it. This is also why the core is not completely open source. Not everybody can commit any code. We want to have the review the code if someone gives us a code suggestion, because we do the long-term maintenance for the product. So we have to have a close eye on it, and we will always have an eye on it, what components will be in the future supported and what not. But if we cut off any component, we will early talk with our customers who are using it. We will inform that some features are not anymore supported very early. So this is, since 36 years, we are developing components, and we have often that components are running out end of life. Usually we have then a new one, a new technology for the component, and can replace it, but sometimes it's not anymore needed. But this is important for us to make the whole system maintainable. Any other questions? Yes? One moment. I'll come.
Thank you. What will be the purpose of the marketplace? Is it something like the Camunda 8 marketplace with the connectors and stuff?
Yeah, so generally...
He just waited for that question.
Yes, it will go in that direction. So we will have different element templates, and you can just use them directly in the web modeler and to run them directly in your deployments.
Great. Oleg is the whole day here, so in the breaks you can also connect with Oleg, and if you have any further questions. Thanks, Oleg, also for the great roadmap we released in the last year. Now we have a next presentation from CERN. It's Dmitry. It's pretty interesting because they are doing something in their processes, what is one of our core features. Here they are handling digital documents. So I'm pretty interested on the next way how they integrated their CIB7. And Dmitry is still getting his headset. And as Oleg said, in the second part of the Tech Talk, there will be a detailed view on the roadmap for the next year, what topics we are thinking about, what features we will have in the marketplace. So this is also a point where we think in the future CIB Flow will be integrated in the CIB7 marketplace.
Thank you.
Then Dmitry, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay. So, guten Tag. That's my very limited German, because I live in a French-speaking part of Switzerland. So today I will talk about CERN's electronic document handling system and how we plan to position CIB7 at the heart of this system. So you can see there's CERN logo and there's a little CIB7 logo here. So I will start with a brief introduction in case someone don't know what CERN is, or those who know maybe you will learn also something. But CERN is an acronym from a French Conseil Européen pour la Recherche Nucléaire, European Council for Nuclear Research. So it's the largest physics laboratory that does the research on particle physics and a bit around it. So there is 9 active accelerators. The biggest one is LHC. You maybe heard of it. There was a discovery of Higgs boson not so long time ago. And on those accelerators, there's the variety of experiments that basically collect the data from the particle collision and then analyze this data. So on average, when the accelerators are running and the experiments are active, CERN collects 1 petabyte, which is 1 million gigabytes of data per day. So the talk is not about CIB7 managing this data. But I'm pretty sure there's some also interesting stuff they're doing in the IT on this side. But in my case, I will talk about CERN as the organization. And for every organization to run, you need people, you need some infrastructure, and you need, of course, money so that you can, well, pay salaries and buy equipment and stuff. So with the physicists that come to CERN and with the staff that is on site, we can reach up to 17,500 people. It's rare, it's mostly around, let's say, 13,000 with the visiting researchers, but the top number can be this. And of course, to accommodate all this, to accommodate all the, well, experiments, the accelerator, the offices, it's, well, slightly more than 400,000 square meters of infrastructure spread across Switzerland and France. We are on the border. And the yearly budget of CERN is 1.2 billion Swiss francs coming from all the countries that basically member states of CERN. And for this, as you can understand, in order to put this all together, to make it function, of course, as any organization, whether it's a small or a big one, there need to be some processes. And we're talking about HR, which is, well, hiring people, supporting their growth, their retirement, financial processes, paying salaries, buying equipment, well, dealing with contractors, managing the facilities, restoration of the buildings, new buildings, access to the facilities, to the experiments, to the accelerators. So there are a variety of things that need to be done, and if you can imagine, and these things were mentioned before also, if it was done on paper, we maybe were not just the largest laboratory, but also maybe the largest consumer of paper, or at least competing with this title. So that's why in 1992, CERN decided that it would be good to start digitalizing its processes, so going away from paper and making it digital. And that's how this electronic document handling system was born. So it's called EDH, it's just an acronym. And by 2025, we have slightly more than 500,000 administrative processes running digitally. So that means, and there are not 500,000 of different processes, it could be, I don't know, if we hire 100 people, it will be 100 hiring processes happening there in the system. And you can see it kept growing from 92 to today, because obviously we put more and more processes into this system to make them digital. I will start with a little personal story, just how I got to know this system when I came to CERN. So that was 2011. I joined the group where I'm now, and we were in this building. It's the first IT center at CERN, so where they have their first data center, and we had offices there, and due to all the IT infrastructure there, they had this door to enter, so during the day it would be open for everyone, but after 5 p.m. The door would be closed and you need to badge to enter, so only authorized personnel can enter because, well, CERN also has restaurants, there are visitors, so they don't want people to wander around. So I just joined, and I came from an institute which similar to CERN, but they were not so much digitalized as CERN. So I knew that, for example, there, if I had to ask for access to go to the building after 5 p.m., I would need to get a paper form, fill it in by hand, go to someone who's responsible for approving it, leave the form on the desk, maybe come back 1-2 days later, the person signs it, I get the form, I go to another one who maybe then, well, you can imagine, right? So I asked my colleagues whether it's the same at CERN. They told me, no, it's much simpler for you. So just go on this EDH system and create an access request document. So I go there, I create the document. So some of it already pre-filled, so it already knows who am I. It knows, well, my status, who is my supervisor, the building where my office is located. So what I need to fill in is just, okay, when do I need this access? So I put, okay, for a year, because my contract when I came was for a year, and justification, okay, I'm working in this building because I'm part of this group. So I did this, I click submit, and I immediately can see that, well, approved by creator, already signed, and the same minute, this document is with the person who should be approving my access to this building. So I was happy, I went home, and slightly more than 1 hour later, I received an email and that this person rejected my request. So in the end, I could not get to this building after 5 p.m. for the good of the world. But at least you see that everything happened within 1.5 hours. Basically, I got an answer. And for me, it was easy because I did it before leaving work. And for this person, maybe he was in the train going home. He received an email, he opened, he checked, and he said no. And then we actually moved to another building where it was just offices, so it was a free entrance, and I didn't have to bother with this. But that's a bit the story, how it simplifies life when things are digital for employees, for the managers, well, for the organization in general. And yes, as I already mentioned, today we have many processes running through the system. So HR, when we hire a new person, we need to fill in some data, then the person needs to fill in some data. There is things like purchasing, there's traveling. For example, to come here, I had to fill in the travel document that one integrates with the system that books me the hotel, the flights, and all this. Bank details, if I need to move to another bank and I want still to get my salary, I would open this document, I fill new bank details, and then they get approved and they go to the different systems. So many things happen in this system today. And of course, each process also, they have different complexity, right? So leave request is something that we would fill in if we need to go on holidays or if we need to be absent from work, for example, to be here on this event. I have a registered absence saying that I'm on a business trip. And this one, okay, I created, my manager approves, and then I can either go and enjoy sunny day somewhere or be here presenting to you. And things like purchasing, for example, which is not just one single document, it's purchasing when you create the request what you want to buy. It integrates with some ERP solutions, some business people review it. It integrates then with our contractors. So yeah, it's a big process, and then once the goods are there, then you need to take them. So it's all integrated there. And before going further and to maybe just make it a bit more interactive, I will ask a question, and just raise your hand if you think it's answer to one or another. So raise the hand if you think that by the volume per year, number one is the purchasing process at CERN. Okay, there are a few people. And now those who think that it's the leave request by the volume, yeah, so yes, you win. It's although we're a big organization and we buy things, but we have more people who want to go on holidays or maybe go and present at the conferences. So, and that's also the very first process that CERN digitalized, I guess because they got tired of running with papers asking for permission to go on holidays. And today, not just going on holidays, as I said, it's a business trip. Since COVID, we also integrated telework there because we want to track when people telework. Medical leaves, if for example you're sick, it creates absence there, and some more additional leaves and stuff that we have. And although the process itself is not technically that complex, is you create and some people approve, you still see that the diagram has a few steps in it. So if we now look at the purchasing process, that's the root diagram of it. We can see with different gateways here, and many of these steps, they're actually sub-processes. So then you will go inside and there is more and more approvals happening. And why? Because of course, as I showed you, it integrates multiple systems, it involves money, it involves equipment, and it needs to go through more complex validations to be sure that what we get is what we actually want. And some of these processes can even be active for up to 6 months until it finally completes and the code that person requested is delivered. And there can be up to 300 actually running in parallel per year, because of course there's maintenance of the accelerator, there are things like buying chairs and tables and PCs for the office use and stuff like this. So yeah, we have different complexity of the process, but what is managing those processes? So in 1992, when CERN started it, there was no CIB7, there was no activity, there was not too many, let's say, tools available on the market. And I cannot say how it was done because I was 6 years old at that time. But they developed something that was basically just for CERN needs. So it was running internally, that was developed by people who today already retired. And it was processing these few documents. And I think the story they like to tell that the early versions of it were basically when the process would get stuck and the person would need to go and manually do some updates on the database to move it further. So they would call that person the actual workflow engine. Then they improve it and it became more stable. But of course, things evolved, and Oracle, as they like to do, they probably got some product and they started offering it. So in 1998, CERN moved to Oracle Workflow. Again, I don't know what was behind, how it was working, but it actually survived for 8 years until some other product came on the market, Active VOS. So I guess Oracle, like they like to do, they maybe increased the price, and CERN said, well, let's look for an alternative. So they found it, so it was integrated. And then this one worked, well, seven years. And then Activity came out. And basically, I don't know what happened with this Active AOS, maybe got discontinued. But CERN decided to move to Activity, BPMN standard, open source, Java. We also do a lot of Java in the group, so that was a good fit. Then, again, 8 years later, Camunda 7, because well, Activity at that moment was a bit stale, so we started looking for an alternative. And surprisingly, not 8 years, but only 4, and that's why I'm here today. It looks like we're replacing now Activity, Camunda, with CIB7. So I will get to it why a bit later, but I want to now go through the history, how we managed to do all these migrations and still, keep our business running. So why? Well, actually, first, why we do all these migrations? Well, I mentioned that some products disappear, but I can tell you why we did migration from Activity to Camunda, and then later I will say why CIB7. So basically, by 2021, we were still on a very old version of Activity. I think one of the first versions that they released. And we had to do an upgrade, obviously, because at some point, well, the technologies get older. So we looked at it, and it's true that at that point, Activity was a bit stale, and Camunda seemed to be the promising open source solution, which is a fork of Activity, as was mentioned. And so for us, it would mean that not that much investment into the migration, because it's BPMN, the engine is pretty much the same, it's still the same Java. They promised improved performance. It's also given us already the technology upgrade because it's a more recent version of Spring, a more recent version of Java. They had good documentation so that the developers can easier understand what needs to be done. And they had Camunda modeler, and which, for example, we didn't have with Activity. we were using some Eclipse plugin, and yeah, and then also the cockpit that they were providing. So we decided, okay, let's just migrate to Camunda rather than trying to upgrade activity version and staying with activity. And what the migration would mean for us is basically, okay, BPMNs needed to be adjusted a bit, the Java code needed to be adjusted a bit, but there is a one service task that is called assigned person, which is something abstract that we created over these years with all the migrations. It's basically the core service task that represents all the business rules that decide who should be assigned to sign the document based on your role in the hierarchy, based on some, let's say, how much money will be involved, based on the department, etc. So it's and just the Java class itself, it's 800 lines of code, which then communicates, of course, to all the other services, and it's the core that we basically have to maintain. And it integrates with the role-based access control system, with other external systems at CERN. And we started the migration by basically first adapting this service task to be using Camunda engine. That was done in my team, as we are maintaining this the workflow engine, the core part of it. And we did also a migration of several documents just to, as a proof of concept, to show people, okay, that's how we need to do it. We also fixed on the way things that did not work well. We built the knowledge. Then we gave the training to the rest of the teams in the group, and then they started the migration. So as you can see, 2021 we did 7 processes migrated, 2022 around 40, 2023 around 30, and that's when we learned that Camunda 7 end of life is happening. So we managed to finish the last one in 2024, and then we realized we need to start thinking what to do next. So I will come back to it again later. But just to show you how we managed to survive with all these engines changing behind, is that we have quite a few abstractions. So, well, this was done when it was, well, it's still Camunda, it's still not yet CIB7, but we have our engine completely separated from the whole this electronic document handling system. So they integrate via the queue. So then we have the interface where the user interacts with the system. So the forms that they fill, the signature that they do with their, well, today it's their username. It used to be a specific password. And then this is a big Java monolith that basically runs all the business logic validations on the form, etc. And it provides the abstraction from basically the engine API. It inserts specific business commands, such as I sign the document, I reject the document, I postpone the signature of the document, and then we have a layer inside our workflow engine that then understands those commands and knows how to translate them to the APIs of the engine itself. And then the engine writes back in the database tables that basically the application can read to know who signed the document, in which status the document today. So it does not interact directly with the engine. That way we kind of can replace the engine with least changes to the application itself. That's a bit how our very high level architecture looks like. And then to be sure that the migration happens without breaking things, because of course, I mean, being able to abstract the application is one thing, but you still need to be sure that your process reaches the right person and it finishes the way you want it to finish. So we have testing framework that we built ourselves. So it based on JUnit, it used to be JUnit 4, then we migrated to JUnit 5. And we basically start the workflow engine, and we let it execute the flow from the start to the end or to the specific step. And then we basically do assertions. The developers, when they write the test, they do assertions whether the desired step was reached or not, and then validate what is the status of the document in this step. And that's a bit again, the high level, so we run it in parallel because we use in-memory database, so we spin up JUnit, Gradle, they spin up parallel processes and they execute this, and then as the outcome, you know whether your test case complete or not. If we look a bit at the flow, how it looks, so the developers, they mock the initial data, let's say it's a leave request, they mock, okay, I am person A, I want to take leave from today to tomorrow. They mock people who should be signing on behalf as the manager, and then basically the process starts, so it really starts the engine behind. It checks whether the target activity reached, so in case that's the developer who says, I want to see if it went until step A, B, C, or until the end. So if it was not reached, then we check if the process in the engine still running. If yes, then we check if there's any pending jobs. If yes, we trigger the job, so we sign on behalf of the person, and then we basically repeat it until we say, okay, whether it's reached yes, then we stop the process and we do the assertions. And if we see that it's already not running, but the target activity is not reached, then basically we crash with an exception, and then it's up to the developer to understand what happened there. That's a bit how it does. So we looked at the historical process data, and we use the APIs of the engine to signal different steps. Okay, yeah. So this helped us detecting some bugs, of course. So for example, sometimes people forget to migrate sub-processes, so you would see that it goes and then it breaks under one specific step, because, okay, the sub-process is not migrated, so good, you remember to migrate it as well. Some bugs that were introduced during refactoring, because obviously if you touch the code, sometimes you want to improve it, sometimes you maybe want to just rewrite it a bit to make things more clear. So in this case, of course, you would see that something was broken, so you fix it as well. And some corner cases that maybe not even where people were not aware, but it's good sometimes to validate them, because then it's easier to not break things later when you work with this. If you look at the class diagram, sorry, I'm going a bit technical in these places, but I will get back to more high level. So we, as I said, we abstracted from the engines. So our, say we work with these business commands, and then we basically wrap the calls to the control API of the engine. And this, it was activity, then Camunda, now it will be CIB7. So it's things like, yes, send the document, reject, cancel, and that part is common for what the system will use and what our testing framework will use. So we know that we test the same, let's say, APIs. And then we have built this abstraction for the test as well. It's mainly to facilitate the life of developers, because they don't want to code the commands. So for them, we provide already certain syntactic sugar for the methods, such as let's start the process, go to step A, go to end, assert process was executed, assert person was assigned, etc. And then basically based on this, developers write their business case tests that would say, okay, test if person A should sign document this and that. So that's a bit how this testing framework looks like. It was developed before even activity, if I'm not mistaken. So, and that helped us to do all these migrations from one engine to another. And today, for example, when we will plug in CIB7, we have the test cases that we can run. We have today 900 of them. So it's for 74 processes that we have. So on average, okay, if we take it's 12 tests per process, but of course some of them are more complex, some are easier to test. But we pretty much confident that if we do any change, the test should detect it. So if we plug in a new engine, for example, and we do some changes, we can assert without, production crashing. So in principle, with this migration, when we moved from activity to Camunda, there was no major incidents or regressions, which was pretty good. Although it's not true that just with tests you can anticipate everything, so we did have some problems. There were interesting ones, some were just boring stuff that, okay, human mistakes. I'll talk about the interesting ones. So one of them was that when we plugged Camunda instead of activity, the engine became much faster than it used to be. And there was one interesting integration that we had, which was done some time ago because, well, we had the workflow engine, we were using it by our document handling system, but someone said, well, hey, at CERN we have other tools that may need workflows, so let's just expose the engine and use it from this external system. So, but the way they integrated it was very interesting because this external system would submit a command through the REST API, then this command will be sent to the queue for the engine to process, and then it would update some state in the database saying that for this external system, this process is now waiting for the engine to execute it. And then when engine would pick up the command, it would execute it, and then it would update this state saying like, hey, I completed the step, then external system can read it, and it's like, okay, so I can now move further. So that was working this way with activity, because actually activity was processing things much slower. I don't know if it was because of the version we had or because of some our bad implementation, but this flow was working fine. What happened when we plugged in Camunda is that the moment the command is submit, Camunda would already process it. So it would write first to the DB, and then the code from the external system would overwrite what Camunda said. So it would always look like it's still waiting while the engine already processed the command. So it was a tricky one. We figured out what happens there, and basically, well, the solution was we removed this DB integration and we provided an API for the external system that would then translate the call to the engine itself, and then the engine would give you the actual state, whether it's processing or being processed. So it's a bit removing this asynchronous part. And then the other one was, well, just you know how it happens when you migrate something, you take how it is, you look, yeah, it seems to work, you put it there. And we had this sub-process that is, we call it transfer, is basically the integration with external systems, such as, for example, if, yes, ERP system I was showing you, when your document reaches certain step, it needs to notify this ERP system that, hey, the order should be now processed by you. And that is done, it used to be done with the diagram that looks like this here, so you can see that there are some steps and some sub-processes inside. Why it is a bit complex? Because we needed to handle cases of retries and errors, and with activity or with the BPMN version at that time, there was not too many, let's say, built-in features, so we had to build this ourselves, and it used to work. But when we moved to Camunda, this thing started to work, well, it started to fail, and started to fail very randomly. It took us a bit of time to understand, but actually it was a bit overlapping with this error handling that Camunda has itself in the engine when the jobs fail. And then our attempts to retry the job that failed then would collide with its own attempt. So we had to look at it, and we actually managed to simplify it from this to something more straightforward. So basically it calls the transfer. If it fails, then the engine will internally retry it until it reaches the number of retries that are allowed. And then basically, okay, if it fails, then it's support is notified. And then there is a specific case when some human interaction is needed. So that's a bit the things we learned, that, okay, tests are good, but you cannot anticipate everything just by testing. But overall, we learned also, and we learned that we can improve. And well, as the result, and what was our goal, and is still today, is we want to have some basically reliable and sustainable solution to process the workflows of our documents. We want to have a modern stack. We want to be compatible with GitOps Kubernetes, so we can deploy it. Developers want to work with it locally, because obviously when you start the process locally, you want to do it easier. We want things like, yes, automated recovery, incidents handling, cockpit, something that the teams use when there is an incident and the document goes to the wrong step or if it's blocked. And of course, documentation as well, because at CERN we have a big rotation. We hire many graduates from the universities who stay with us for a few years, and then they go somewhere into the industry, and then new ones come. So some of them maybe leave the university, they don't even know what BPMN and what all these workflows mean. So it's good to have documentation that they can read and they can learn as they go, rather than someone internally would be explaining all this. And now with this, I'm reaching the part why I'm here and why it's CIB7 after Camunda. So, well, as it was already mentioned, Camunda 7 community reached its end of life. And we looked at Camunda 8 and we realized that what they did with the cloud-centric approach, for us, there is not much benefit because we are doing internal processing. I mean, we have our Kubernetes cluster, but we don't need all this cloud, to be honest. We have one node handling one container with the engine. And it's also a big shift in the development. So our developers would need to learn, because then they would need to expose more APIs, because today, for example, the code is embedded. And we would also need to do another migration after the migration that we just finished. So we assessed all this, and we were not very keen on going this path. So luckily, we managed to find CIB7, which is a fork of Camunda 7. So we did already a little proof of concept, and we plugged in the engine, and it seems to be working fine. So we are looking forward to replace it to put it in production. We also looked at the cockpit that is provided in the community edition, and it seems to be suiting most of our needs compared to, for example, the cockpit that Camunda gives in their community edition. It's still an open source project, which, well, we don't want to be vendor locked in, because especially being non-commercial organization, we cannot just say, well, it's our core business, so if it gives us money, we will pay you more. No, for us, I mean, we will need to migrate somewhere else. So we value open source, and also the fact that there is a long-term plan to maintain, to support, to evolve. So basically, with all this, we know that we can just, with the minimal amount of work, we can plug CIB7 into our system, and we can continue with our internal priorities. For example, we need now to upgrade this system to more recent version of Spring. We need to rebuild the UI, etc., etc. So there are many things, and we cannot just focus on moving from one engine to another after finishing one other migration. So yes, next step, finalizing the POC, probably Q1. That's our roadmap for today. We will migrate first to the CIB7 version 1, because we're at Camunda 7.22, so it's mostly one-to-one. And then we will need to upgrade a few internal dependencies in the code that we embed, because I think mostly it's Groovy that causes the incompatibility, at least from what I quickly saw. And once we do this, we also can move to the latest version of CIB7 community. And we will need to see with the cockpit, because we have a few plugins that we developed ourselves that just help the team do some recurrent actions specific to CERN. And then, in principle, we are good to go. So with this, I finish. Thank you for listening, and I hope you liked it.
Dmitry, thanks a lot for the impressive way you made with your electric document handling. So you were also a pioneer, or CERN was a pioneer with electric document handling. At the beginning of CIB, it was just the matter that no solution in the market was able to generate thousands or millions of documents with a high performance and a high quality. This was the first model that was implemented at CIB. So we should have met earlier, so you could use more of our models for the document generation. But very interesting. I read that you support over 100 different document formats with your document handling.
Yes, so I don't know all them by heart, because I'm in the team that maintains the core parts, and then there are like around 10 other teams that develop those documents. And they're almost every quarter there is a new one coming out because there are requests from business, there needs to adapt the process, etc. So yeah, nice.
Great. Any questions here? Yes, 1 second.
One question. Why do you switch to SIP 7.1.0 and not updating Camunda to the last version and then jump to the latest SIP 7 version?
That's a good question. I think because we didn't thought of it, but I'll see what is better for us. Yes. No, it's mainly because today we were at Camunda 7.22 and we wanted to see if SIP 7 is actually good for us. So the POC was made on what we had. But it's valid. Yes, we can also try to go to Camunda and see if we can just jump. Or, well, depending on what's easier in the end. Because the team, we're 5 people now because few people are leaving. And yeah, we need to minimize the amount of work, basically. So we'll see what. But thank you for the idea.
Thank you.
One more question.
You mentioned that you achieved to automate 74 processes. My question is, how big is your team and how is it structured?
Yes, so my team that we maintain just the core, all these abstractions that I showed you, the commands and that's it. So today we're 6, and there 1 person leaving, so we will be 5. But okay, we're around this always 5, 6, maybe 7. But then the actual processes maintained by other teams. So we have around 10 different teams that are. So we basically inside the group we split into teams by domains. So we have a few HR teams, we have a few financial teams, we have a few supply logistic teams, we have I forgot their name, but because it's a recent one. And then these teams, they basically work close to the relevant business, and each team consists also between 5 to maybe 7, 8 people. And then they specialize in the domain that basically they're close to. So for example, we have 2 HR teams. One is only doing processes that are relevant to recruitment. And the other team is doing processes that are relevant to your ongoing contracts and your retirements, for example. So it's a bit split like this. Then financial as well, they have their own scopes. So roughly we are 65, 70 developers, and then there are also product owners, and yeah. So it's a bit that's the structure. So those processes, they're not done by one team, they're done by multiple teams.
Great, then thanks for your presentation. Also for you, a little thank you. Something sweet. Okay. For CERN. Swiss, it's not Swiss chocolate, it's Munich chocolate.
Well, it's good. Well, we can compare. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now we'll have a short break, a little bit lunch. At 2 o'clock, we'll proceed with the next steps and go ahead with our presentations on external from Malus, and then Oleg with the next technical topics for SIP 7. Have a nice break. Genau, von hinten. Immer Sichtweise. Genau, ansonsten jetzt anmoderieren. Hallo, hallo. Wie lange haben wir noch? 3 Minuten, 4 Minuten? Hallo zusammen, kurze Info, noch 4 Minuten, dann geht's weiter. Als kurze Info vorab. Hallo zusammen. Hallöchen zusammen. Jetzt wird es dann wieder weitergehen. Ich bitte euch wieder, die Plätze einzunehmen. Oh, in Englisch. Bitte? Bitte da niedersetzen. Wie viele hast du schon?
Mein erstes.
So. Kannst du so mitnehmen?
Ich rede zu viel. That's good.
Die Herren, wir würden weitermachen. Muss gleich mit hochkommen. Wie machen wir es Bescheid?
Next. Das hat sogar Laser. Boah. Jetzt möchte ich blenden.
Perfect. I hope everybody had a great meal. So we'll proceed with our next 2 slots for the noon. So we will have quality assurance in forks. Matash will now talk a little bit about the topic. Stage is yours. Enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, hello everybody. It is always nice if you are asked to make some talk, and for this kind of conferences or meetups or howsoever we call it, it is even much nicer. So, somebody has changed my slides. So if I doesn't know what is there, the slides was a bit updated. Okay, so I've changed a bit more. So basically, you have seen that I would like to talk about the quality issues or assurance in the forks of activity-based engines, and the challenges which we are challenging or you are challenging could be challenged, where you should think about that. So who am I? That's me, 10 years ago. I'm not changing the photo, sorry for that. I'm around about 12 years in the process automation area. So started 12 years ago with Inubit in that time, Bosch Inubit. The second engine was Camunda, and a lot more. So I was working with different process engines in the production, so not like just trying them, but real projects, big projects with up to 40 people. So we have destroyed a lot. We have tried a lot, and we have challenged the engines to the end. We have changed the engines pretty hard. On the similar way, I think CIB has made it with Camunda. So we was using Camunda as well. We was using activity. I was working for Flowable, which was presented there a couple of hours ago for 3.5 years as tech lead. And currently I'm still teaching on university and making some other stuff. I am passionate for all areas of BPM, so not only process automation, but process management, process mining, and everything what's happening in this area. So you can catch me with any single buzzword. So if you have something, just talk with me. In other case, you want to hear me every week. I'm doing podcasts in German, so not for the US speaking guys, which is called the Process Philosophen. That's my only, no, that's not my only. I come the second one. And I'm here today as part of the Process Academy, which is a non-profit organization where we are trying to change the way how we should educate future process engineers, process manager, and to help you guys to implement processes better. So, and in LinkedIn you will find something more, but it's just not really important. More important is to see how the evolution was. It was today already on the wall, so we doesn't have to make a bit more. So I have started with JBPM as one of the first open source engines, and back in 2003. And then Activity has come, was the creators of JBPM, or one of the JBPM guys has created Activity as well. Then apparently somebody was not satisfied with it and make the first fork, or one of the first fork, which was Camunda. Then some other friends was, so I was somehow today, you should not really post other products. So some of the friends was forks as well. And now we are staying somewhere here. So somebody was not satisfied last year, and the next fork has was created, which is perfect for me. So you have seen that I'm working with the activity-based engine since 10 years, I think. So since that far. So I've seen Ben Drucker in one of the first talks in Munich in the time. So I'm pretty happy that new engines are coming. It's better for my job, for my career. But the 12 years was not just like happy part. There was a lot of non-happy part, a lot of long evenings, weekends, and other stuff. And the guys from CIB has asked me if I can talk something from my experience, what you could maybe not do, what I have done or we have done, other guys have done, I have seen. And I have bring you 10 of the most common pitfalls. There are a lot more, but today only 10 of them. So I should not really move much, so that I will try to stay here. So the first one is the wrong architecture choice. So we are still talking about different kind of possible process engine architectures. I mean, we are sitting here because somebody has decided to change the architecture of Camunda, which is okay, but still, if you have your project, you have to find the perfect fit for you. So not just read the newest book and make everything asynchronous, but really take a look what are the processes which I want to automate, how I want to do it, what is my workforce, what is really helping my team. That would be the normal part. You can make it on the other side, go to some talk, take the last book, take wrong architecture, and then after 1 year just rebuild it. That's possible as well. So we have currently in the area most likely 3 different architecture types, which is the big or small process monolith, which are still there. So regardless if you have your processes in one engine, with your services or not, if you are orchestrating them, if you have multiple domains, would be on the left side. In the middle, we are more or less on the process engine is only standing there as standalone, on orchestrating different kind of microservices, I would say. And the apps are most likely deployed, so not really rebuild it in part of the engine. And the third part is the one of, from my side, the coolest one, but it's not easy as well. It's something like microprocesses where you can think about, okay, what if I have processes which are just like for the approvals and processes which are for high performance processes. Then you can scale them separately, but it has other challenges, like what we do with task lists. And the only thing I want to give you is just like impulse where you should definitely think about that. Second one would be code in the model mistake. So I'm absolutely against a couple of concepts which are in the BPMN possible, but in the time I've seen that not really good. At least it was not good in my projects. I've taken a couple of pictures from your documentation so that it's inside of your. So I have nothing against script task from the theory part. I'm just not fan of it. Similar as I'm not fan of using a big script task on the paths behind the XOR. So really think about your different patterns. Why is it? It was my project this year. It's really funny. It is from telecommunication area, and I was called there. As I'm normally not called there, like, can you please provide us with the new engine, but something like this shit is not working. Can you please help us to somehow make it working again? And you can imagine that it was not this process. It was like process with 20 to 40 different script tasks and with multiple processes, and every single of the script tasks was like that. So around about 685 lines of code in Groovy. I like Groovy, so it's okay. I can read it. But that was Camunda use case. So this is not against the Camunda, yeah? But it was Camunda use case. But it was funny because you cannot really read the script code in the modeler. So you are challenging then the things like how can I copy it outside? You cannot really reuse the scripts, or because they are just like not reusable. You cannot really define the models inside of BPMN. So I'm definitely against it, so I would never suggest to use a script task, or you can do it, but then you have to call me. The second one is funny as well. So there are 5 lines of code, which was here, and second 5 lines of code, which was here. That's really cool. So I see those kind of scripts almost every time. So really think about what kind of code you want to have in your models, regardless of which kind of models that are, if they are BPMN, CMMN, DMN, or forms, or other stuff of the models, because we see that engines are evolving and providing new kind of models. So really think about the things. And what I'm scared, because I've seen it, is be scared of the migration. So every single time you change the scripts inside of your BPMN and you redeploy the BPMN, you have to think about the migration. And that's where I am pretty scared, because I was working in a big bank and the migration was not easy. Third one, so we have 10 of them, is missing or improperly defined data model. A lot of the BPMN engines, and I think it's really cool, it's like JavaScript has started with not structured data. So I can just come there, I make execution, set variable, and then I just save there something. Ideally some kind of JSON. And if I have typo, I can just repair it, which is cool. It's fast. I doesn't have to make something like that, bank scripts to update the variables, or because it's just like key value. The first problem is if the process was in the production before. So my old data and my new data are just not suiting together. And normally, 95% of the engineers just forgot it. And most likely, they're coming to architects as soon as the next version is in production, and they have already auto-migrated everything. So really think about the data and data structure, and we was communicating even together today with a couple of guys here. I am currently really advocating the way that you should really define your data. You should start with have a schema for your data, similar like Elasticsearch or OpenSearch have. Start with the unstructured data and maybe define in the future something like contract for your applications, so that you can really identify what kind of data I have. Can I migrate them in the future? What kind of types of data they are? And there is definitely a way how you can ensure the quality, even afterwards, because you are normally in dev, test, and production. Still, that's the same issue, so I'm scared of the migration, therefore I'm always asking for the data models in every single project where I am. Number 4, I like that one as well, because that's the, so I was challenging the whole presentation with Gemini, so my English is not that good as Gemini's English, but I absolutely like the added value they have provided me. So, which I am currently advocating as well is if you are prototyping something, you can start easily. But if you see then in the production something like that's the normal exception from the production, that somewhere in the activity 1183HF2 there was a mistake, and you have more than 10 process models with different teams, that's absolutely insane to find the mistake. And that's one of the most common exceptions in activity-based engines. So that's something which is really happening almost every time. Service task 1 was mistaken. And you're just like, which process instance was it, which process definition, who is the member, or who is the responsible for this thing? So how can I find him? So really think about the naming conventions. Somebody was asking for features for the CIB7, so please add something which Camunda and other tools doesn't have, that I can maybe set up something like prefix for the model. That would help me a lot. Something like I define the prefix for a whole model, and then all auto-generated activities just get the prefix, because then maybe I can find the model. Insane feature, nobody has implemented it yet. What we are currently doing in a lot of the projects is really thinking about if you have multiple models, and I have currently models, so I will show you dependencies between multiple models. So I have projects where we have more than 800 models. If you are naming your processes like vacation approval, that's nice, but with 800 models you have to be pretty creative to create that many mains. So what we have created is like, we have reused the naming convention from Java or from other tools, that we are really naming every model like in Java. So we are doing it like our Process Academy, the domain. We are even implementing something like private and public. So public models and private models, where we use it like you can enhance your quality if you say, okay, these private models can only be used inside of the same domain. So not even one tool can support it, but you can make static code analysis which is supporting it, which is pretty cool. So, and then your logging and traceability would be the idea there. Number 5, I like that one. I have seen last year process which was running 10 years. It's crazy. It's really cool. So it was just like never-ending process instant. And I don't think it's good. So the Volker would be talking later, so maybe he can repair me, but I'm not, so I'm really challenging you that you should definitely think about how long maximally should long one instance. And 10 years is just too much for any single process engine right now. So it's just, I would maybe make something like only the part of the instance, maybe store the state somewhere other after this part. So the whole business process, the idea of the whole automation is to automate the whole business process, but maybe it's not the best part to make it, 10 years long. Yeah, now we come to the next topic, and it would be the complicated testing. So a lot of projects in this area are starting there. So we have two different roles. So we have the process modeler and we have the process engineers. If you have only process engineers, you are not challenging this issue. But if you have process modelers, which are able to make 90% of the models, because they know how to write Joule or whatsoever, then there is definitely issue if you want the process engineers to test the process. So it's like in the Java in the past, if you write the code, you should test the code. So if you model process, you should somehow test the process. Currently, there are not a lot of tools which are supporting it. That's the issue. I know at least one or two which can do that. But if 90% of the job is done in the low code, and BPMN is from me low code, because I drag and drop the element, at least I'm not writing XML, then I would somehow expect that I can test them as well in that area. That would be at least nice. In other case, I'm challenging the clash between those two roles, which are not always helping the projects. So that's really cool. So over-engineered reusability, I like that one. So there are multiple concepts in BPMN how you can reuse elements. So you can reuse the task, you can reuse sub-processes, you can reuse collectivities. In some engines, you can reuse other kind of models. So it is coming with this concept of the apps, so that I can deploy multiple models at once. And it could be BPMN, DMN, maybe Forms or whatever. So a lot of engines are currently supporting this kind of reusability. The idea is like this, so it's nice. Oh, I'm reusing email send, or I'm reusing something like a call activity which is storing the data somewhere, or doing some business job, whatsoever. Last year in November, I was called to one project. That is the 800 models project. And the issue was that the engine was working really slow, activity-based engine, so it's still similar use case. Insanely nice use case. It's in the digital twin area with more than 800 models. So it's like crazy cool, at least for me. And I was doing architecture challenge. And I was really challenging myself, how should I try to find out where's the issue? And is somebody from you similar with Carola Lilienthal and the idea of the cyclic dependencies and whatever? So I have created export from the database where the models and the connected models have unidirectional dependency, and then I have used this open source graph to show me the dependencies. And that was the result. And the idea was, can you make this performance of this process better, or this use case better? And currently we are rewriting it. Because I have told them I'm not going to touch that. And it's because of more or less 4 of the things you have seen before. So they have data models which are not same. So they are just not same. So even the data model to extract data model was crazy. Here in the middle, I'm moving a bit. Here in the middle is something like God model. So it was reused from everyone. And basically you are then just, so what was crazy in that time, I was just like, it's same as the code. It's exactly same as the code. If I would take Java projects in the past, and this big process monolith, it's exactly the same. So still think about your dependencies, think about all concepts you know from the programming, and you can reuse them for the modeling as well. So what we are currently doing is these hardcore naming conventions with challenging, are we going to reuse the model or duplicate them because they are just like part of the domain, but then we are changeable for the future, instead of having a God model which we cannot change in the future. So it's still, what are your priorities for the future? It's a cool project, I love it. That's nice as well. So inconsistency on no versioning strategy. For every single area of the process automation, you have to think about the versioning and think about it before you are productive. So what are we doing with the task? What are we doing with the data? How can we change the process models in the future? How can we change the connections to process and roles in the future? So really think about that. What are the business versioning and what are the technical versioning? So we've got a lot of big projects, and in one of them we have just, so there is still issue between what kind of tooling you get from the products and what kind of concepts you want to have. And we have created something like concept of business-oriented versioning, which was just like really copy of the model and creating a new, where we have break all of the things, so input, output, maybe the behavior of the model, but it was still same model, but the next version. And the technical one is like fixing the scripts, or where I'm just like really fixing only the bugs. So really think about the versioning and think about it from the beginning as soon as you have more than one model. So number 9 is something which almost all activity-based engines are lacking, just like forgetting the people, which is pretty funny. So we are process engineers, process guys, process fanatics. So I like that one. I start my process, I can see my BPMN, I can see where my token is, I'm happy. I can see all of the KPIs, I see the heat map, but 99% of the users which are doing that doesn't want to see them. So they just doesn't want to see where in the process they are. They want to have usability, which is usable. And there's something like process list. As soon as you have 80, as soon as you are successful and you automate 80 processes, you should not make something like that for all employees because they have to struggle with them every day. Pick the process from 80 from the list of the process. So think about where is the process starting? What's the dashboard where I want to start the process? Where's the dashboard where I want to see my process list? Where is the dashboard where I want to see my task list? It should not be second email list. And you was talking with one of your colleagues today. In the future, I think every single engine would enhance it in the area of the dashboarding. I mean, a lot of tools currently are creating dashboarding where you see how many process instances you are running in the vacation area, and so on. So I think that's definitely improvement of the process cockpits in the future, that you have your own dashboards and you can see the informations which are suiting you more than just like ugly process list and task list. So think really about what should be done before process start and after process start, where I want to have my user before and after. Last but not least, and I'm sorry for that, but I'm definitely thinking that you can't, or cannot, definitely do everything with BPMN. So there are use cases which you can do with BPMN. There are use cases which you cannot do with BPMN. And pick it properly, because something like that was in one insurance in Munich, blue one, is nice, but for me it's nice, but it is like not really BPMN model which somebody wants to enhance. And funny stuff, that's from Dominic, you know it. This is from your master thesis. So there are a couple of patterns where BPMN should be really challenged. And there was one quote from one client, another insurance from Hamburg, and that was like this process, but like 20 times bigger. And I've asked them who is changing that, and nobody touched this process for 1 year. If you create something like that, then you have definitely left the main principle of BPMN, which is the connection between business and the technology. Yeah. So there are at least 10 most interesting ones for me. There are a couple more, but yeah, I think that's enough for today. I hope you have enjoyed it. If you have questions, then feel free to ask me.
I need the if it works. Perfect. Thanks a lot for the presentation. Do we have any questions? Nothing? One? Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask for I think it was the second one, code in the model, the script task, because we don't have 600-700 lines of scripts in our BPMNs, but I did see some Groovy code there which does some logic. It's there, it's okay, it works. What's interesting, what would be your, let's say, is there guidelines when you say, okay, this little logic you can put in the script task? Would you say, okay, don't use script task, it was a bad idea to put it in BPMN? And yeah, basically, where to draw the line? And
yeah, so basically, I really think that you should not use script task in BPMN because then you have code inside of your BPMN, and most likely the code is something you have to change. So you should challenge if it's not replaceable with other kind of pattern. For example, either the standard Java code, which you can test, and change without changing the BPMN, because the BPMN is there for orchestration, so not for the single tasks. So therefore, I would most likely extract it somewhere where you can really change it and test it, and let BPMN do the stuff for that it was created, and that's the orchestration. And from the concept, there's like Java delegates, or the first one, which almost every single engine has. If you cannot do that, then there are services, so send, receive, or the async possibility with the external worker, so are the 3 different things. And a couple of tools have added something like possibility that your script is just another file. So it's like DMN, this is another type of the model, but then it's maybe better testable.
One more question, yes?
I like to follow up also with the codes. So what do you think about feel, like feel in script task, feel in DMNs, or feel anywhere in the models?
I don't think there is problem in feel in DMN because DMN doesn't have any state. So that's basically something which is really giving you much more comfortability because you can just test it. The problem behind BPMN is that you have state. So as soon as you change something, you have to think about the tokens which are there before. Are they still going to work or not in the future? So DMN is one of the best possibilities how you can reduce the amount of the code in the BPMNs, which was reduced in the past. So I'm really thinking about in the projects 7 years ago, it was more like 20 BPMNs to 80 DMNs. So it was like 1 to 4. Currently, I see vice versa. So you see a lot more BPMNs and a lot less DMNs, which is understandable because the tools are better. So they are providing you with something like auto-completion for variables, and then it's much more easy to write the code inside of the, basically inside of the script, but it's still code inside of the script. So as soon as you have something like this 90% and we have Corona and you have to change it, you have to migrate everything. So that's the issue. So you have to think about how often I want to migrate my process. If you are not scared, then just do it. I'm scared because we have got a lot of processes where we have got a lot of issues, and it is just like in activity, most of the processes are not exportable. So it's to create a reusable regression test is just like almost impossible. So that's one of the biggest issue.
Perfect for the answers. Thank you a lot for your presentation. Are any other questions left? If not, so we have also for you a little present.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Hope to see you soon again.
Thank you.
And now it's the next part for the technical presentation of Oleg. What are we planning? What are the next steps? Please on this side, presenting. Great. Because of the
All right. So I will tell you a few words about what we plan in the next year. It is not too much, to tell the truth. So generally, our roadmap is pretty simple for the next year. So on one hand, we want to do the marketplace. And I will tell you more about that. On another place, we want to make AI available in CIB7. So we have it already on our side, but we want just to make it available. If we go in the direction of marketplace, so what we have already, we have at our company around 200 modules, different products that we have created throughout the years. And we want to make them available to the CIB7 customers, to the users. So partly they will be maybe open source, some of them will be closed source. And this can be made available through the marketplace. On another hand, I am a big fan on Apache Camel. So there we have like around 300 connectors out of the box. And I know that on one hand, Flowable has the Camel task to reuse them. On the other hand, there is some Camel community plugin that could be used, or was used, I'm not sure, with Camunda 7. And so my dream in this direction would be to have all of these connectors right out of the box in the web modeler. I'm not sure if it will become possible in the next 6 months, but we will try, we'll see what is doable there, maybe just migrating some of them. And this goes everything in the direction of the low-code platform that we have already in sense of ZipFlow, but we want to make it available for the CIB7 community. So in order to do the marketplace, of course, we have to define some standards, how these parts will be available in the marketplace. And we would be really glad if not only our parts, our modules will be in this marketplace, but also if any one of you could also put there your components and interesting parts. On the right side, you see what we are thinking about, what we think to put in the marketplace. So first of all, we have this element template, so probably you know it from Camunda, and we've been using it in ZipFlow already for years. I will show it in the next slides. How do we use that? On another hand, mainly in cases of AI, as I've told in the previous talk, we're using external tasks pattern to run some Python code, to do some data science and so on. And we want to make also these tasks available through the marketplace. And of course, it's not only about element templates like service tasks, it's also about the UI element templates. What we have already, we have this ZipFlow easy forms. It is similar to what Camunda has with Camunda forms, but so first of all, we had it already previously. We have created our document. So for our document processing use cases, we have created the simple way to create the forms and execute them, and to make some something like upload the documents, show the documents, and so on, sign the documents. I will talk about that a few steps later. And we want to make also some of them available to the public through such a marketplace. And the last one is the process, are the process blueprints. So we have created through our a little bit consulting services. We are not doing too much consulting, but still we have some customers that are using the flow and they need the processes. So these processes that have been created, they can be reused by other customers in the same branch, for example. And I will show you a few examples that we have there in this part. And the idea here is, of course, same as on the left side of the third party or partner onboarding, that if you have interesting blueprints of the processes, you could also put it in our marketplace in the future and make it available to other people, be it open source or paid. We will see how far we can get with the paying options around that. So just to make you understand why we are doing that, so through our journey of 36 years, we have created many CIB products. So you have seen here some boxes, and these are just, this is just an extract of the products that we have, and we want to make them available because we know that people are using them, so in different industries, in public sectors, and so on. And if they want to use the BPMN engines, we want them also to just drag and drop to use the tools that we already have. And additionally to the products that we have, so Uli at the very beginning has been talking about that we have been doing AI since 1997. The products that we have here have been created lately. They are not so old, but still we are working every day. So we have a data science team that are working on the AI, creating interesting products every day. And we want also to make them available through our marketplace. So this is the main idea that we have behind that. The first step to go there is to be able to drag and drop these parts in the BPMN process. And actually we have it already, so if you see it is CIB-Flow, it is not CIB7. But CIB-Flow is a pioneer from our side, so they are doing everything first, and we are just making some parts of it open source, some parts available through the paid solutions. And we have already integrated it for some years. There you can really just take some parts of our code, drag and drop in there, put some variables and reuse it. In this process it is some personal, it's application for the job. We are analyzing the document, extracting the named entities based on LLMs, doing some pseudonymization or anonymization of the documents, sending it further and so on. And this is possible without any code. And our goal, our idea, so it was first with the flow, and now we can make some parts of it also available for the CIB7, is to reuse it, to make these parts available through the external tasks or element templates. So the first part will be to put the web modeler inside of the CIB7. Because, of course, we've been asked what is with the web modeler. We could try to stay on Camunda modeler, but it's not the way. We can try to fork the Camunda modeler and support it as a desktop application, but so generally we do not want to do it. We think that it's much easier if you have the modeler inside of your setup. And I mean, the flow mostly is running as a software as a service for years and is used for the customers. So there it is perfectly switched between the roles. Someone can see some tiles in the screen, someone cannot. So the people who want to use the web modeler, they can use it right away. So here is the CIB flow view. It is a development feature not yet released, but still. So we have already the management of the element templates. So the different templates that we have in our system, and we have like around, I don't know, 200 or whatever they are. So this is a part of our AI, CIB AI subsystem. So you can just take one of them, take a look. These are just normal JSONs if you know what element templates are, and behind them we have the implementation. So just by combining them, we can make them available. So first of all, currently they are partly Java delegates, but I think that external tasks are much more suitable for that. And this is the direction that we will be going, just make it available in our products and make it available through the marketplace. For this element templates, we have already, so we have CIB e-learning platform. There we have some courses about our products, and you can, I'm sorry for German, probably you can't read it anyway. So we have some descriptions of our building blocks. And based on this documentation, based on this description, we want in the next steps to add the AI to it, to understand what the building blocks are doing, and to be able, ideally, to create through the AI just the business processes right away, just talking. But we will see how far we can get. So first step, we have to translate this into English. Now, as for the process blueprints, so it is also in German, but it is from the banking example. So in the banking sector, we have already created some of the processes that are used on 1, 2, 3 banks. And we think that these processes can be reused. So as a blueprint, you just change a little bit the properties. Maybe you add some additional sub-processes inside or reuse it as a sub-processes. But this is generally the idea, that we have already a number of process blueprints that can be reused. And I'm pretty sure that you also have some. And some of them can be reused, we hope. So if you want, we can get there together, and we can also give you the possibility to take your process, business processes as a blueprints into our marketplace. And so one of the examples that I have took from there, we have a signature portal. So this is the possibility how just one process can be turned into a product. So just based on BPMN running inside, so this is our task list. So just through one business process, you can create the useful feature like the signature process. You know DocuSign, we have it through our signature portal. It can be used standalone, or it can be integrated in some other use cases. So this is the idea behind these business processes. So we have Andreas Held back there. He is responsible for this signature portal. If you are interested in that, you can talk to him later about this. But generally, you can select what the types of the signatures, you sign your document, and at the end, you are ready. This is encapsulated use case, and it can be reused probably in most of the document scenarios that we think. This is mostly it from the marketplace perspective. So as for the AI, I do not have too many slides about that, so this is the only one actually. But what we think, or what we're doing already, in the CIB flow, we're using all the time AI. So we're using different models, we're using some based on the just a direct OpenAI as a service, or we have some models served on our GPU servers. We're also training some models to make it better. And currently we are just using something like HTTP servers to call them. And we want to make it more usable, so to say, directly in the web modeler. So this is where we will go through the LLM connectors in the next year. I'm not sure that it will be in the next release, like in May 2026, but at the end of the year we will have that. And also there's normal RAG, just the possibility on one hand to add some, I don't know, open search that we're using internally or any other vector database, and to reuse it inside of your model. I think if we will integrate it more better in the web modeler and in the BPMN process engine, I think it will help. At least in our processes that we are creating document-based, it will help enormously. Next steps is, of course, this MCP client and server. So Camunda has done this this year. It was the main topic, as far as I know, in Camunda 8, the orchestration of the agents. Internally, we are using it all the time. And we are also calling some tools from our side, but currently it is just through an external MCP server. It's not integrated in the engine yet. But this is also the direction that we want to go. And if everything works, I'm not sure that we will manage to do it next year. Maybe in the next 2 years. I've been talking of some researchers from our partners in the research, and they've been saying that to create an AI process builder, it's a doctor work separate, it takes years. So maybe it will not work out of the box. I have tried out also the builder, AI builder of Camunda 8. I was not so successful. Maybe my prompt was bad, I'm not sure. But we will still go in this direction. And if we have the documentation of our element templates, if we have all these connectors inside of the web modeler, I hope that based on that we can help you to create the business processes directly in the modeler, ideally through the natural language. And so next few topics are not so complicated, but still we need at least a model to be able to do that. This is the topic that Matos has been talking about currently with these strange ideas that we have there in the processes. I've also seen that. I'm seeing normally the process not from the process modeling side. I'm just doing the software around it. But still, even in our simple tests, we have seen the activity number 25, and it doesn't get much information about that. So if we have already AI on board, we want to make them ideally automatically generated, not only with the prefixes, but also based on the input to give some autocomplete, to give some recommendations how to call your parts. But in order to do that, first we have to have the model on our side, and this is actually the first step, and then to integrate it in the marketplace. We'll also take a look what is needed about these ad hoc sub-processes, what is needed there for the AI components, but this will be, I can talk more about that probably in the beginning of the next year, once we have took a deeper look what is needed there for the AI. And so if you're interested in the AI part of what we're doing currently in the CIB flow, but shortly it will be more and more available in CIB 7. In 2 days we have here a meetup, and Konrad Grosser will be talking about that in our meetup on Thursday. So more or less this is our release plan. So till now we've been working on different versions, like integrating the enterprise features. That was the main goal for this year, as I've talked already in the previous presentation. So now we will have the release of CIB 7.2.1, and we also have the CIB Insight that can be added to it to analyze the general pitfalls of the running processes. And then starting from the next year, on one side, we will remove the Camunda UI. So if you are using the Camunda UI, AngularJS based, I think that this is a bad idea. And we have deprecated it right away in the CIB 7.1.0. We have talked also to Hero Dev, who provide the support for some amount of money, but I think this is not the way. So that's why we have created the new frontends. And if you have any plugins, so we are trying generally to be backwards compatible with Camunda, but not in sense of frontend. If you have any frontend plugins, you have to rewrite it based on the Vue.js that we are using. So what we are doing, we have our Community Edition and Enterprise Edition. We are creating the endpoints, the extension endpoints in the Community Edition. We will make them available also in our documentation. So if you want to create some plugins, you could plug in on the same places. And if you need any additional extension points, we can talk about that, or you can even create the pull requests directly if you understand them already. And we will be glad to provide you such possibility. But the old UI we will remove. That's why is the version, we will probably switch to the version 3.0 because of the breaking change that there are no front ends anymore of Camunda in our code. But this will be hopefully only the one breaking change and nothing else. And the next point, as I've said, CIB web modeler, we will add it in the next version and we will make it available for you. And during the next year, marketplace and AI topics will be coming. That's it from my side.
Thanks a lot, Oleg. 1 moment. I see some hands. Okay, perfect. Does anyone have questions?
Which modules will be free available for community, and which will be have to be licensed, and how does the license model would look like? So, for like, as example, easy forms or anything like that, or the connectors.
Thank you. So generally, currently, some things like easy forms, they are closed source. They are a part of the flow and we'll probably still have it that way. We will take a look what is possible to make open source. So my idea is to take what is already available there, for example, the camel connectors and so on, and to put them in the marketplace right away to make them open source. From the CIB modules point of view, we will decide based on each module step by step. And the open source is Apache further, but for our internal modules we have CIB license and this proprietary. That's it.
Yeah, I have a question about the web modeler, because you said that it will be integrated in the platform. And I think that it's cool for development purposes, but usually you want to have your BPMNs also in Git and deployed via pipeline. So will it have a Git integration as well?
Yes, so we've heard already, thank you, we've heard already about the ways how people use it. And I would be really glad to integrate it right away, mainly for this microservices architecture that Matos has presented. So if you deploy the BPMNs directly together with your code, I think it will be best. And to integrate the Git, it's not a big deal. Just a few buttons, a few calls, and that's it. So yes, we will try to do that. I'm not sure if it will be possible till May. We will try. If not, till end of the year.
Thank you.
I saw a third hand. Okay, same question. One more here, yeah.
You have shown that you are adding features to the process modeler and also offer it in the web modeler. Are you also planning to add features or offer the DMN editor?
Yes, so actually I'm not sure whether I can go so far in the presentation, but it is, so DMN live editing, it is one of the enterprise features that is already there. Mm-hmm. So it was also an enterprise feature on Camunda side, and we have it also on our enterprise side. I'm not sure if it is a feature in the web modeler. I think that it is.
There's a community edition.
No, I mean in our web modeler.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think that it is also available there.
Okay, thank you.
The only question is about the CMMN. No, we are not quite clear about that.
Okay.
Which are parts of the new process blueprints besides the BPMN? Which technology is inside a blueprint?
So a blueprint is a BPMN that has, on one hand, so generally these are ready to use or reuse processes. So on one hand, you have just the BPMN that is describing what is going on there. On another hand, you have the element templates and the implementations through the services or through the external tasks that you can use inside of it. So if you will combine it, you will get, hopefully, out of the box your reusable processes. So you just have to change, I don't know, your Active Directory or your mail server inside, and you can reuse it right away. Any other questions?
Then thanks a lot, Oleg, for the second part of our CIB7 journey for the next 1 or 2 years. Now we'll have a break, I think, if I read correct, until 4 o'clock. But I have to recapitulate that if it's past. But I will give information soon, because I think we have 3 slots left afterwards. But now we have a short coffee break, and afterwards it goes ahead. Thank you. Hello zusammen. Hello together. We would proceed now with our next session. So please take a seat. Take something to drink with you. And then let's go on. Great. So we had a little bit a longer break than planned, but the two speakers before were a little bit faster than planned, but no problem. We will now proceed with three final presentations. The first is Lukáš with the integration of CIB7 into their ERP system. Very interesting. Start. Let's go.
Okay. So thank you. Glad to be here. And so my name is Lukáš, and I work for Asseco Solutions. More about that in a second. This should be a pretty brief presentation as well. It's already quite late, so let's go right ahead. So first of all, who we even are, because that's probably a good question. So Asseco is one of the largest software companies in Europe. We have over 34,000 employees, not companies, but quite a lot of companies as well, because it's a Asseco group. However, I'm from Asseco Solutions, where we have just about 500 employees, and what we do is we have one product, which is an ERP system. For those of you who don't know, but I guess most do, ERP is basically a central system. If you have any sort of, let's say, production company, then it's the central information system for everything. So for all the orders, invoices, that integrates all other software, and basically warehousing keeps all your data. And now I want to focus immediately here on this number, the 2,000 installations, because we don't use the BPMN engine just for our internal processes. So we actually use it as an integral part of our product that we sell for all of our customers. So it's not just one instance, it's, well, will be thousands of instances. Right now we still, we're already, let's say it's already in production, but as you know, ERP implementations take a while, so we're still ramping up the numbers, but already in the hundreds. And now, then what we want to say next is why CIB7, right? And why a BPMN engine in general? And this is because we want an autonomous ERP. So when those of you who know ERP systems, and you probably, what you see first if you think of an ERP system is like tables, Excel-like stuff, very boring and not very user-friendly. I mean, even just the numbers, like if you think about that, the implementations takes usually several months or even years, and then you have all the horror stories about SAP projects that failed after millions of costs and stuff like that. We want to avoid that, and we don't want our customers or the employees of our customers to be having to, get a degree in just how to use the system, to need to read all the different documentations, to need to know exactly, open a booklet and look, okay, so my procedure now, I should now click here, then jump to this next page. We don't want that. We want really our customers to focus on just the value-creating activities. So things where they're really needed, where their brain is needed to decide on something, but the rest can be taken care of by the ERP system. And that's exactly why we need the engine for it, especially since we already have this big monolith which looks like an Excel, but we decided that some time ago that we will build a layer on top of it that makes just life much more easier. And because of that, how did we do it? So obviously, as we've also seen already, creating processes just with the BPMN engine is not that easy. So it's in essence, you really have to be a developer for it, and the process designer is not that friendly. So BPMN should be for business people, but then to use it in Camunda, for instance, it's not that easy, especially as in I mean, sure, we just heard that you should avoid script tasks and you should avoid code, but in reality, once you connect it to the service tasks, it's usually not that straightforward to just have business blocks that really do what you want them to do. It's much more complex than that in most cases. It was like that for us as well. So that's why we created another layer, and this is the presentation layer. That the main part of it is the flowboard. So basically we have then these Kanban style flowboards where the users can just easily move around the cards and have a presentation of the business processes that are happening. And and then we connected the BPMN to actions that are performed on this flowboard. So in essence, it's not like this flowboard, for instance, for the order process. This isn't a visualization of one BPMN process. It's rather a visualization of the data that we have in our ERP system, where if you move a card from one lane to the next one, then a BPMN process is triggered, which then does something, for example, releases an order. And based on that, we can add additional logic into it, and we can have several layers of these boards. So for instance, for a supervisor team leader, we're going to have a board which is, because all the data then is saved or is worked on our ERP system, so in the background, of course. So then we can have a separate board that visualizes what's happening for like a supervisor, like I said, with this top view of like release and so on, but we can have one that's more into detail just about the person who's, let's say, working on that one space and where you have some choices to be made. And this combined with user tasks which you receive, as well as additional dashboards, makes for a very much different way of working where you don't need to look at those scary tables. All you do is just drag and drop a card, you see which tasks you have, you get a notification, and it's completely a new process of working, and this is enabled by the BPMN engine. And what else would I want to say about that? Maybe let's then go to the next slide. Or actually, yeah, let's go to the next slide already. So there was also this problem, right? Because we have quite a lot of different customers from quite a lot of different industries. And also our customers are quite varied because we have, let's say, customers which have only several dozen users of the system, and then we have customers which have several thousand. And then the question was, how do we make it so that we offer them our tool without then having them to go into this process designer? Because of course the flowboards are there, but you still need to configure the processes behind. So how do we do it to make it possible that they can easily create their own processes and connect that to it? And so we created something similar, which I've noticed that the CIB group here is doing already, as well, or planning to do. So we also have our own sort of blueprint shop. We call it the Best Practices Hub, where we offer dedicated already processes and flowboards. So we actually offer flowboards which then have already the processes as part of that. And there we have them for all of the major processes, so for like the order process, invoice, and so on. And of course, each customer each customer, of course, has a bit of a different process, but this is like an 80% solution where then all you have to do is just take the, where you just take that and do some minor changes in most cases and adapt it to then something which works for you. In the case where it's a bit more complex and you have a very specific processes, then our professional services can also help you with that. So it's really a game changer in this respect. And I also wanted to say that this was also possible not only because of let's say the BPMN engine, but because of our system, which has over 30 years of experience in the background. So this huge system which has all of that business logic, has a lot of business logic already as well built into it, but also has all of those databases, all those connections. Using that was coupled with the BPM engine is what really makes life beautiful because and this was the most important thing was that we didn't have to rewrite everything. We still have that old system where we can just combine it with the power of BPMN to really create something new and something that just works. And another thing is that in the case where, let's say, because every company would like to have let's say every production company would want all of their processes to go the same way. So to be repeatable and that each process goes in the same direction. But of course, it doesn't always work like this. And sometimes you do have to change something. Like our colleague earlier said here that sometimes they used back in CERN at the beginning, they used to change things in the database. So we don't need to do that because we still have our classic ERP system that's available, but it's now more available as this classic power mode where you can just, if you do need to change something that's, let's say, some substandard or not standard feature, then you can just go inside that and do that, still access the classic mode. But for the vast majority of processes, you can use the flowboards and you can just focus on what really matters. Another benefit worth talking about that was also the upgradability. That's a hard word. This was because our system is we mostly sold as on-premise or a hybrid approach, and we also work on it in such a way that we deliver the source code to our customers. So it's customized quite a lot by those customers. And now, before adopting the BPMN engine, most of those customizations were on the standard code, which then caused migration to be a nightmare. Each time you wanted to go to a new major version, you needed to really make sure that everything worked, and it would then be a separate project that would take a longer time. And with BPMN, this is no longer the case with the engine, because we can abstract most of that to the engine. So all that we're changing are the business processes, so the process definitions, and the core standard code still stays the same. And this really enables us to make much faster migration, and which makes us happier, but our customers happier as well. The next thing I want to talk about was about some specific use cases, and here we just heard on the presentation before the break about AI use cases, and we've actually started prototyping with that as well. So I wanted to share with you how we did that, because it's quite easy, and even with the current implementation of CIB, you can already, well, you do need some code changes, but you can already use it to create a sort of AI agent. This is actually what Camunda started with, so they're not really that far ahead, because what they started with initially was, and this was still, I think, for Camunda 8.7, they had something very similar where they used these ad hoc block or sub-process to make to sort of simulate an AI agent while doing it just with very complex or maybe not that complex, but with a prompt that later decides what should happen in this sub-process. This is, of course, a much simplified process. Our actual production processes for customers are usually a bit longer than that, but I wanted for you to understand the idea here. And this is, for instance, a process of a inbound document with an email, where you can decide, depending on the contents of the email, you can easily, the AI agent can choose what to do with it. So if it's, for instance, something, just an update to the order, then it will do that by itself. If everything is right and the order should be released, then it will. Then it can also do that. And of course, we also are afraid of giving too much power to the AI. So for that reason, we have these user approval tasks that you can see here. So you can always put them inside the sub-process, inside the block, to make sure that the critical elements are then somehow safeguarded by user input, and you can put those anywhere you want in a way that ensures that AI only, let's say, decides on those, not on the critical steps, but even if it does make the decision and compiles all the and prepares all the data, then you still have this final acceptance by the user. And so why is this, like, why do we want to do it such a way? We want to do it in such a way because it really, if you look at just, let's say, one execution of such a process, then it can save you maybe just a few minutes. But if you look at ERP companies, which often sometimes deal with, let's say, hundreds or even thousands of orders on a weekly basis, then this quickly ramps up. And for that, you know, with this classic approach, you have to have a user who accesses the inbox, then they read the email, they open the attachment, they read the attachment, they identify the order, they find it in the ERP system, they manually insert all the changes, then they release the order, they open their inbox again, they write the email, and then send it out. And this is quite a lot of steps. With this new AI-driven approach, all that you need to do basically is approve the changes or the release, and that's it, because everything else is already prepared. The ERP system already prepared all the data, so it inputted in, well, not inputted it yet, but already prepared it to be inputted into the system, showed you what it's going to change, and all you need to do is just click if it should change it or not change it. And it's really a game changer in this respect. So, and especially with also these processes that not only does it, you can do it much faster, but it's using such AI agents also enables you to change the process much quicker. Because let's say you have another option of what to do with such a document. Then you can just put that into this AI agent block, sort of, into this sub-process, and it will be also taken care of in the future, and you don't need to create a completely separate branch or process for it, because you just augment this one process. So you just give the AI agents, let's say, a possibility to also look up an associated invoice or something in the system, and then it can also do that. You can feed that information into the system, so which really changes quite a lot and makes for a much more maintainable and easy to use system. Then we have one more topic about the migration. So initially, the guys here asked me to talk about our migration journey to CIB7, and my initial reaction was, well, what migration? It wasn't really that much of an issue because of being a fork. So this is also like one of the great benefits that we're all here because of, that since we've already been using Camunda 7, changing to CIB7 was really a non-issue, that there isn't really much to talk about here. And yeah, I said this was going to be quick, just about 20 minutes. So any questions?
Yeah, so you said that there was no issue with the migration. So did you just like clicked one button and it's all migrated itself, or magic, or what?
Well, no. So first, I should say that at the moment we only migrated to 1.0, which does make a bit of a difference. And in this case, it's basically the same engine, so there isn't really much to do. We don't have automatic migrations anyway, as in of our entire system. We make releases that we then every several months, and we have separate upgrade projects for our customers where the system is installed anyway. So the fact that there is a new engine in our new version of the system, but it's still based on the old one, does not really make life much harder.
Any further questions? Yes.
The thing with the AI agent you showed in one of your last slides, is that already built with CIB7?
or?
Yeah, yes, that's built with the CIB7. So it's not yet in production. It's a prototype, as I said, but we should have it in production relatively soon, within a few months. Yes, because already, even though like Camunda 7 did not really offer an AI agent, but integrating, we have an agreement with OpenAI, and just integrating a block to use the OpenAI API is really not that hard to do. So if you're using that block, and then you can use the ad hoc sub-process, which already exists in Camunda, to sort of tell it what to do, then it's really not that hard to do. And the next step is, because in essence it is sort of like simulating this MCP server-client relationship. The next step would be to do it like in one block, and this is actually what Camunda later did. So with what they recently showed on their days in the 8.8 version, they had just basically one block where they did not need this loop to the prompt and anything. They just did it inside, but like at the end of the day, even an MCP server works in a similar way, that it's just a certain prompt that is then enables the LLM to call actions. But you can do this, let's say, the way we did it, and it will still work.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions? Thanks, Lucas, a lot for your presentation. Also for you, a little gift. Thanks a lot. Something sweet and something necessary. So thank you very much for your impression, how you integrated CIB7 in your ERP system. Now I'm proud to announce Professor Dr. Volker Stiel with a presentation, the process-driven approach.
Yep.
Volker, nice. The stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, and nice to be here today. So warm welcome also from my side. You enjoyed the event so far? Do I get an hooray here? Okay. Yes, what can you expect from today's presentation? Well, the presentation will be quite different from the ones that you heard before. I made up my mind, and yes, we all know Camunda, CIB7 now, process engine, BPMN, it's all important. But what really puzzles me is the negative emotions that are around. The mood that we are currently in, it's kind of depressive. And I made up my mind, and I thought, how can I bring a positive attitude here into the scenery? And that's why I decided to go for something that at first sight you might think, okay, what is this all about? Process-driven approach with CIB7. You all know CIB7 in the meantime, but what in hell is process-driven approach? Can I see a show of hands who knows the process-driven approach? Okay. Okay, so we can learn something today. Okay, so I will briefly touch it. I cannot go into the nitty-gritty details of the process-driven approach, but I will touch it. And then take the subtitle, A Game-Changing Revolutionary Combination. Yesterday evening, I had another look at the subtitle, and I asked myself, well, are you promising too much? Is it too heavy? And then I took a look at the other slides, and then I came to the conclusion, no, it's the truth. Yeah? So let's share it with the audience, and let's see how they will react to it. Okay? And then finally, oops, the wrong button. Okay, let's go. Okay, here we are back. Here, this guy. Who knows this guy? Okay, just a few. So let me briefly introduce myself, Volker Stiel. I'm with the Technical University of Applied Sciences in Ingolstadt, and there I'm teaching all around business information systems. And part of this job is teaching process automation. I just had a lecture this morning Well, it's just joy and fun to work with young people and see how they evolve over time. You are so proud when they leave university what they have learned. It's amazing, I can promise. So I joined the university in 2016, so 9 years back. Before that, I was 12 years with SAP and 12 years with Siemens. I studied informatics in 1983, yes, so long ago, with mainframes, well, long time ago. And especially during my time at SAP, I was responsible as a product manager for a BPMN engine. Yes, believe it or not. Who knows the famous SAP BPM engine? Again, no hands. Whoa, what a pity. Yes, at that point of time, I met frequently Jakob and Bernd. And yes, at every conference, we had our discussions. At that point of time, they were this clicky bunty. I don't know whether you remember that times. And we at SAP, we were the clicky bunty. Yeah? In the meantime, that has changed a little bit anyway. Unfortunately, SAP canceled the development of my product, of my process engine, although it was the best one in the world, as you can imagine, right? Okay, good, so that's my story behind process automation. I started my journey, by the way, in 2009. Yeah, so 2 years before the standard BPMN 2.0 was released. Yeah? SAP was part of the specification team, not me personally, but at that point of time we got more and more of the features into our product, and I loved BPMN and the process engine from the very first time I saw it. Yeah, love at first sight, so to say. And since these days, I'm always thinking, how can we improve process engines as well as how can we improve the development of applications based on BPMN and process engines. And this is actually more or less what the process-driven approach is all about, and I will dive into the details in a few seconds. Okay, so now let's continue with the presentation. We all know this man here, most probably, yeah, Martin Luther King. This photo was taken on this march on Washington in 1963 in August, and he had his famous speech, "I have a dream." Yes, I made up my mind about this, and yes, again, another show of hands. Who of you claims to be a dreamer as well? May I see a show of hands? Ah, okay, you're still alive, good to know. Okay, because I'm a big dreamer as well. And the best thing that can happen is that a dream becomes true. And it's the first time that I'm talking publicly about my dream. So I'm a little bit nervous because it sometimes might sound silly, and others may think, hey, what for a crazy guy is standing here in front of us? Because, yes, I have a crazy dream. Can you imagine to make Germany an IT leading country? You are laughing? Seriously? Yes, I have that dream. And somehow I created a plan how to achieve it, and I want to share it with you. And this is now becoming serious, okay? So let's have a look at it, how we can achieve it. And this is closely related to the terms that I want to start with right now. We are using those terms inflationary. Yeah, we are talking about digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. But do we all have the same thing in mind? This is the thing. Yeah? For me, and now my definition, and it is important for me that I give you that definition, because from the definition I derive other things. Okay? So digitization here at the very bottom, it's just a translation process. That means if we have, for example, a paper-based physical form, I replace it by a web form. Yeah, it's just this translation aspect. Very boring, very basic. Okay? Nothing spectacular. Okay? Now let's move higher here in this triangle, digitalization. Now it's getting interesting because now our goal is to save money. Yeah? We all have those use cases in mind, all of us, I'm pretty sure. Yeah? So easy to understand. But now there is a wall. This is just a thin line, more or less. But actually, what I see in companies is that there is a huge wall, because the step to digital transformation is a huge one, because here we want to earn money with a pure digital product. Pure digital product. Yeah? No physical products, just a new product that are others paying for. Yeah? That they are paying for, that you earn money with it. And my gut feeling, I don't have a study for that to prove it, but my gut feeling tells me that 99% are here. And just a few are crossing the wall or tearing down the wall, like Pink Floyd would say it in their famous album, Tear Down the Wall. Yeah? But here is where the future is shaped. Here is where we decide how we bring progress and how we shape the future. Here is where we should be. Yeah? And the question that, or the terms here that I'm showing, you know them. Do you remember those terms? When were they coined? In the internet time. Yeah? They were talking about the old economy, the new economy around 2000. You remember all that stuff? Yeah, if you could write HTML, you got already money from investors. Yeah, that was the time. Yeah. And for me, the difference between digitalization and digital transformation is so huge, yeah, that I, again, use those terms, a new economy. And do you know what? Here is where we should play. Because this is where nobody currently plays. Why do I think that? Can digital transformation be measured? Is there a number that we can use to say, okay, I give you one, yeah? And think about it. My measure for digital transformation is how many startups have you founded? How many startups? What has a startup to do with digital transformation? But think about it. Making money means new business models. New business models in the digital era, digital transformation era, is all about processes. Yeah? A new business model in this domain here is just represented by processes. It's a pure process game. Yeah, what we are talking about here in this area. And now think about an existing company. And it wants to conquer here this area. As I said, they have to deliver a new business model implemented by processes. Now think at the reality in current companies. The IT departments. They are the only one they can deliver digital products, right? The IT departments, the corporate IT departments. And what are they doing? They simply don't have the capacity. They have to move software from on-premise in the cloud. They have to adjust a new SAP release, yeah? A patch, security patches, updates, and so on, you name it. Yeah? They simply don't have the capacity to bring up a completely new business model and drive that forward, focused, and consequently. This is a challenge. That's a huge challenge. Yeah? And can you imagine that the corporate IT departments can drive this initiative forward? This is one problem. They simply don't have the capacity. Point number 2 is the revenue that you will make with your new business model. We all know if you start a new company, the first revenues, okay, are very, very small. Absolutely too small for the existing companies. Yeah. But for a startup, well, I remember I also part of 2 startups, and I was proud to send the first invoice with 1,000 euros. Yeah, 1,000 euros. It's just ridiculous for an existing company, but for a startup, it's like Christmas, right? So my belief is that if we want to conquer this era and benefit from the digital transformation era, it's all about startups. Yeah? You need dedication. You need a team that is just focused on it and drive it consequently forward. Okay? So this is my measure. So now ask yourself, how many companies have you founded? More than 10? Raise your hands. More than 5 pure digital models? You see what I mean? And it is so easy. Yeah? Now you are looking at me. Is it really easy? Yes, it is. Okay, let's move on. This thing here is a total process game. Yeah? And do you know what? Especially in this area, where processes play the most important role. Here we have, in the German-speaking area, our strength. Look at the history. 1972, SAP was founded. In the 1990s, we have Professor Scher with the ARIS methodology. Yeah? Then we have, for example, Signavio. We have Celonis. We have Camunda, for sure. All in the process space. Yeah? So we have somehow a special attitude to processes. So it's more or less the last resort where we can bring our strength into the picture. Why aren't we doing that? Why not? I'm asking each of you. Why aren't you doing that? Okay? And that's why I'm saying processes, even giants have an Achilles heel. This is where we should attack. That's my absolute, the point that I want to make. The question is, how? Yeah? How can we earn money with attractive new business models? Where are they coming from? And fortunately, I came across an interesting article published in the Neue Zürcher Zeitung. You see the headline, and here you see the original in German, but rest assured, I have translated it for you. So, what is the essence of this article? In this article is about that AI is destroying the internet. The reason is pretty simple. Current business models in the internet world are relying on clicks. Yeah, they count the clicks, and the more clicks you get, the more attractive is it to place marketing on your website. It's a simple model. But now, the end user isn't visiting the end websites anymore because everybody is asking AI. Yeah, and then this article came across and said, oh, and again complaining. Oh God, it's so terrible, my wonderful website is not visited anymore. Yeah, do something, politicians, do something, regulate it. That's always a typical reaction that we're facing. But I said, no, that's nonsense. Yeah? It's a normal procedure. Yeah? You may have heard the term creative destruction, yeah? a term coined by Josef Schumpeter, one of an economist, a famous economist. And this is, again, something that happens. And we don't have to call for politicians, absolutely not. Yeah? Because we have to find new answers. Yeah? Renew, think different. This is what differentiates us from machines, our creativity. So apply it. Yeah? So this is what this article was all about. And I have, honestly, hundreds of ideas in mind how we can translate websites into new business models. It's pretty simple. Yeah. And here What we have to do, and this is what I try to encourage you to, is to digitally transform. Digital transformation. Digital transform means new business models by new processes reflecting and living those business models. For me, this is 1-1. Business model expressed in executable processes. Yeah, this is for me one term. And we get progress through creative destruction. This is what Josef Schumpeter stated. By inventions and new combinations. Inventions and new combinations. Let's take a look at an example. You all know Airbnb, yeah, and you know Uber. These are the typical examples. I want to explain here the Flightride website. Who knows Flightride so far? Oh, just a few. It's a pretty simple business model. It's about your flights. If they get canceled or delayed, they fight for a compensation. Yeah? Pretty simple. Yeah? I, as an end user, don't have to worry about fighting for my money. I hand it over to Flightride, they take it over, and if they are successful, I get parts of my money back because 20 to 30% of the compensation, this is what they take for their effort. Okay, pretty simple. It's a pure process solution. Uber, again, is a pure process solution. Airbnb, a pure process solution. Well, I doubt that they have built it with a process-driven approach, so we can attack them. Because the process-driven approach takes just a fraction of the effort and the maintenance cost compared to what I assume programmed processes. Yeah? But this is, again, an example where just processes bring the solution. And this is where we should act, right? Okay, so now the key question is, how do we implement the business models? So hopefully you have understood we have no business models and they are implemented using processes. Business models, processes, one word for me. Now how do we do this? And now the process-driven approach fits into that picture. This is what my work is all about and was all about. I started with the research round about 2009 in parallel, more or less, with my work at SAP and my work with BPMN and process engines. And what it turned out during this work is the more time I spent with customers, I found out, well, they are building so crappy software, although we have this super BPMN engine and we have BPMN at hand. This alone doesn't work. We need rules, we need guidelines, we need best practices. And this is what the process-driven approach is all about. So yes, I'm pouring water into the wine, nothing that you can buy. But you cannot buy innovation. I can only guide you, and I can give you things at hand that help you bring the new solutions faster to the market compared to other options that we have at our disposal. Okay? So you see it here, process-driven approach is a project management and implementation methodology. How do I approach it? How do I find a business model? How do I find the processes that implement the business model? How do those processes look like? There are strict rules that you have to follow. Yeah, there are some rules. I will mention some, and then you will once again look at me and ask, is this man crazy? I promise. So, it is all based on BPM process models. I told you I love BPMN, and I made it at the heart of the process-driven approach. And you can implement any innovative process, not only business process. So I'm more talking about domain processes, less about business processes, because this leads in the wrong direction, at least for me. And by that, we are fueling the digital transformation era. So that's the definition. And as I said, I cannot dive into the details. That would take too long. We have a 3 days course for that, a 3 days training. If you're interested, you are welcome to join. But at the heart, as I said, is BPMN. And then the next level, and now that leads me to CIB 7, is a process engine. And it is, for me, essential. that it is an open source engine. Imagine we are talking about startups. The whole strategy to win in the digital transformation era is via startups. And startups cannot afford paying tens or hundreds of thousands euros just for the process engine. That doesn't make sense. Give them the chance to grow and prosper with an open source engine. Sooner or later, they will turn to the enterprise edition, no question. But please do not put too much burden on a hope-giving new company. Give them the chance to evolve. Okay, so a process engine, and I will say a few words to CIB7 in a second. And as I said, this combination is not enough. You need guidelines, and that's why this process-driven approach is the final piece in the puzzle that brings all together. So it is all based on BPMN, process engine, and the process-driven approach. Just to give you an impression, as I said, I cannot dive into the details, but I have some rules. Yeah? For example, rule number 1, and this is one of the biggest achievements that I have worked out during my work. And again, this is not theory. The process-driven approach is practically proven. Yeah? So it's not, as you might think, okay, he's a professor, he's living in an ivory tower, so he can tell me anything here. No, this is practically proven. Yeah? And one rule is separate the domain-specific processes from integration processes. This is something that no BPMN vendor will tell you. Yeah? Look at the examples that you are seeing on every conference. Yeah? On any event, you see a process, and then you are connecting to a system. Yeah? You are orchestrating services. No, that's not my thinking about a BPMN process. Absolutely not. Yeah? Also, we hear here at orchestrating microservices, and let's call the SAP system connector here, connector there. The process-driven approach clearly says no. Point number 2, never call systems directly out of an executable BPMN model. Get rid of those damned connectors. And I mean it seriously, guys. Yeah? Get rid of those connectors. Yeah? Have a specialist for integration. Yeah? Maybe you take a look at my review of Bernd Rücker's book, Practical Process Orchestration. I've written a lengthy review about it. And there I have explained in detail why this is nothing you should follow. Yeah? It's too long to explain it here. Yeah? Maybe in the next break we can talk about it. And do not change any applications. So these are just 3 of the things. There are other things like the service contract. The service contract that you have to define between your domain process and the integration process, how to implement it via the service contract implementation layer. It's the heart of the process-driven approach. It's a dedicated architecture that you can apply. It's a blueprint for you. Just use it, yeah, and it works out of the box. Okay, another way how I try to bring the process-driven approach across is by giving you something to think. Yeah? Kind of a something to give you an impression what the consequences are once you are applying the process-driven approach. Never change a running system. We all know this sentence, okay? And sooner or later, with all the approaches that I know, you will sooner or later end in this never change a running system situation. Sooner or later. And my promise is that without it, with the process-driven approach, you will never reach that point, independent of how complex the overall system gets. A proof point for that, a large system that I've built before I left SAP is running since 10 years, since 1914. Now it's 11 years, yes. It was built and it grew up as every software grows up over time. It's getting more complex. And here I am always telling my customers, don't listen to me. Go to SAP and asked them how proud they are that they can still maintain it. Although it is 11 years old, they can maintain it as it was just freshly built. Yeah? They know where to act if there are changes, either on the IT side or on the business side. Yeah. This is one of the consequences. The second example, assume your developers are leaving. Make this, yeah? Assume your developers are leaving. And now you get fresh from university, new, fresh developers. How long will it take that they can make significant changes in your processes? How long does it take? 3 months, 4 months, a year? I don't know. With a process-driven approach, they can immediately take over. Immediately. Yeah. Just to give you an impression, this is, you remember the first slide, a revolution. Yeah. And it is working like that. There are proof points out there in the market. Okay, so enough about the process-driven approach. It is just one part of this whole picture that I'm painting here. And you see it here, the dream built on the best open source process engine on the market. And this is once again a long journey for me. And it is an exhausting journey that I went through since I left SAP. Yeah, during my time as SAP, there was only one process engine for sure. Yeah? SAP BPM, just take a look at it, but now it's dying. Unfortunately, it is dying. But anyway, I went to university, and the first thing that I did, I taught process automation using Camunda 7. And I was happy. Yeah, the world was nice. And then they made the announcement, okay, we cancel Camunda 7 and we go for Camunda 8. And can you teach your students something that is canceled? Cannot. So I started my journey. You can imagine, taking a look at all the open source engines, JBPM, Activity, Cogito, Spiff Workflow, and the likes. Don't know whether you all know them. I also had a look at commercial products. And I also had commercial products, which I will not name now, because I simply don't want to blame anyone. Yeah? But it was a horror, honestly. Yeah? And then, fortunately, I heard there is a fork of Camunda 7. And that was my chance to get my old material that I've prepared in the 2016s and reuse it. And it was so easy to move my old material from Camunda 7 to CIB 7. Yeah, it was amazing. So it was a long way for me to arrive finally at CIB 7, and now I'm teaching based on CIB 7 and also our consulting services with my company, the 7:30 p.m. Crazy name, isn't it? 7:30 p.m. But anyway, this is what we are offering our customers, and we are bringing business models, new business models to the market, because this is one of the talents that we have. If you don't have an idea how you can conquer the digital transformation, ask us. I would say within 15 minutes we have a new suitable process model for you that you can execute, and with high chances to make revenue, significant revenue with it. Yeah? This is what we bring to the table, where our strength is, okay? Because we know the process-driven approach, what we can achieve it, and we know what the digital transformation is all about and how new attractive business models look like. Yeah? And this is what, yes, we can offer to you. So, a dream built on the best process engine, and now, yes, you see here, it's not enough, as always. Yeah? We are asking for improvements. And now here's a new term, PD-Artify. What in God's name is PD-Artify? Most probably, who has heard it before? PD-Artify? Okay, so you learn a lot today. Isn't that nice? So let me briefly introduce what is PD-Artify all about. Well, you heard that we created the process-driven approach. Unfortunately, it's hard to get a patent for it. Yes, getting a patent for a methodology is close to impossible. So the only thing that we can do is create a brand around the process-driven approach. Now you understand the name of the brand is PDRify. PDRify, I'm quite proud of that name. Why? It contains PDA, the process-driven approach, the abbreviation for process-driven approach, and we have art in between, because I see it as an art to build sophisticated, sustainable process-driven applications. It's an art, nothing you can do by the way. And it has this IFY at the end that states that we are offering certification, a certify, certifications. Okay, so it represents the quality brand, because the process-driven approach is all about quality, high quality in building process applications. That's our goal. Okay, and then the company that is marketing the PDRify. Okay, and we are, so to say, the guardians of the Grail. We have a certified network, with experts who understand the process-driven approach and that are applying the methodologies in their projects. It's as simple as that. So now you know what PDRify stands for, and now I can say that the process-driven approach places high demands on process engines. Okay, and that's why I'm saying we are not at the end. We are just at the beginning. And this is where the fun begins. Okay, so we have so many ideas how we can improve the process engine, CIB7, if they want. In regards to modernization and productivity, the lessons that we have learned over now since 2009, 16 years, this experience we like to bring to the market and bring it into this open source software. This is modernization, for example, data model, message handling. There's something where improvements, from my point of view, are necessary. These are two high points. And productivity, root cause analysis in development, in operation, stepping through a process that has been finished and identify every action that has happened. How was the situation of the data before the step? How does the data look after the execution? And walk through it, even if the processes are connected either via messages or via call activities. Stepping back and forth between different process instances, even if they are in a loop. Multi-instance loop marker, standard loop marker, it must be a breeze to work through it and have fun. Again, fun, right? So there are a lot of ideas. Let's see what we will see in a year from now. Maybe at the next event we can talk more about the new things that have entered the engine. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation. So I'm totally convinced that we should make the sweet spot for the German-speaking countries, make it to a winning strategy. The plan is, for sure, via many, many speedboats, and with that I mean startups. There are business models out there. I cannot count them. If you want, each and every one of you can build up a new company tomorrow. It is all there. Yes, we have the process engine, we have the methodology, we have the ideas, and we have companies that guide you through that process. This is what I wanted to bring across. It is all there, it's just up to you. And so this presentation is of high relevance to each and every one of you. Just look at you. Do you want to go back and work in the digitalization, in the old world? Do you want to preserve the old world? It doesn't help you, it doesn't help the company, it doesn't help the society. Not at all, not a single thing. If you want to bring this country forward and shape it, and we have the chances, we have it. Why aren't we doing it? And that's how I would fight giants, with as many speedboats as possible, because they cannot conquer all. Okay, there needs also be more education. The process-driven approach is not taught everywhere at German universities and universities of applied sciences, unfortunately, but we can change that. Yeah. I'm more the practical guy, talking to you. You can spread the word. You can take it into your companies. You can take it to other companies, especially if you offer consultant services. Just do it. Yeah? Just come back to me. We do it together if you want. And that's also a key message. We have to do it together. Yeah? This is where we have a chance. So found as many as possible. And we have even more to offer. How do you find that new offering? Where do you find it? And there we have a collaboration with a Swiss company, AVM Solutions AG, and we are offering a marketplace. Please consider this is a different marketplace to the one that Oleg was talking about. Yeah? Here, this is a marketplace of applications that you can use right away. Yeah? These are not fragments or so that you use in your processes. They are there. These are the new products I was talking about, process solutions. Yeah? And we want to build up, and therefore we need more of those to make this platform more important and relevant, yeah, for the dream that I'm having to fulfill it at the end of the day. Okay, so a platform for digital solutions and smart automation. So even here, the infrastructure is ready. As I said, it's all set up. It's up to you. Okay, so I come to the end of my presentation. I want, and that's my dream, build up and shape a new industry. I don't want to be a follower. I want to be the one who shapes and the one who wins. And for this, we need all of you. And I kindly ask you, spread the word. So that brings me to my last slide. Here we have another dreamer, yeah, John F. Kennedy. And he said in one of his speeches, I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth. And he fulfilled the dream. And this is what I also would like to see. So there is a concrete plan, no wishful thinking, waiting for execution, and I want you to join. Thank you for your attention.
Volker, thank you a lot for your presentation. Any questions? Nobody?
They need a break and time to rethink it.
Today no break. Now it's good. We will
okay.
Proceed.
Are we good in time?
Perfect.
Okay. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be here around for the rest of the day.
Wait a moment.
Oh!
Also for your small present. Thanks a lot for the presentation, for your view on BPMN and how new business models can be found. Thanks a lot. So use the time later to talk with him.
Bye.
Perfect. Now we are coming to our last slide, but we see no slides. Dear Technik. Perfect. Thank you. Now, Peter, it's me a pleasure to overgive you the last presentation slot today. Enjoy.
Thank you. Right, so a little bit about myself. It's worth introducing me as a farm boy that got hooked on IT at an early age through the effort of a great uncle with a Hewlett-Packard HP41 programmable calculator, where suddenly this dreamer could see possibilities in what was, something right at the start. So maybe I'm not as old as some people, maybe I'm older than most in the room, but I wrote my first commercial application in 1980 while I was still at secondary school, still at high school. And even though I went to university not to study computer science because I thought they couldn't teach me anything, and I was right, as it turned out, because I was helping even the third year computer science students with their tutorials in my spare time, because I'd already learned all of that in my own time. I did engineering at university. I work for an American company called Ciena, and I work for their software division called Blue Planet. I've been with them just over 4 years, and I'm coming up for my 20th year in telecommunications space in the software that manage communications software. So who is Blue Planet? So as I said, we're a division of Ciena. They make the optical equipment that is used, as probably the biggest example, is the termination of all the undersea cables in the world, typically terminates on Ciena equipment. So we're the optical leaders of the industry. You will have heard of Cisco and Nokia and Ericsson, but Ciena essentially have the cornerstone of in that, they have cornered that market from an early time. They started this division internally to do software, to expand their footprint, and essentially spun it off as a semi-autonomous company some years ago. And we have 3 main product lines. So inventory, where we control, manage the network state, what devices are where, how they're connected, all those bits and pieces. We have orchestration, which is all about when you place an order for broadband or you buy a new mobile phone, the processes, we manage the processes to turn up all the bits and pieces of equipment, software applications, etc., that enable that service. And then assurance, which is about maintaining the network, making sure that when something goes wrong, you can figure out what caused the fault, which is never as easy as it sounds, and to fix it as quickly as possible so that you don't affect customers too badly. We have a global team of around 700 OSS specialists across Ciena. About half of those, just under half of those, belong to Blue Planet. Although we do product as a main, we do a small amount of delivery, and of course we support all the customers. Over 100 plus service providers, the likes of Deutsche Telekom, Telefonica, Vodafone, Orange, all use our software in one form or another. We've had a number of innovations over the years and continue to grow in that space. So we also have, for example, the first 5G orchestration solution, end-to-end 5G orchestration solution. So customers, I've mentioned some of them. As you can see, they're around the world. I've only put the biggest ones on here. 100 customers would be too many to read. And then if we look at the key industry challenges that we address as a software vendor. So historically, the telecommunications industry has been self-run in terms of IT. They typically develop their own systems, they manage their own systems, and if they need some new piece of functionality, they would go and develop it themselves. Over time, they've learned that, like most in-house developed systems, those systems will age. You will lose the people that actually know how to maintain them, and then you're in that place where you have to start again. So there are a number of vendors in this space, quite a small number, relatively, in the space that Blue Planet operates specifically. And they all focus on delivering pre-built solutions of one form or another. And it's really about addressing those aging operational systems, meeting the challenges of new technologies coming out all the time. So we've got 5G at the moment, still being rolled out in most of the world. 6G is just around the corner. And there are various other technologies. So Ciena just launched a 1.6 terabyte pluggable. So you can plug a fiber into a little device about that big, and it will transmit data at 1.6 terabytes per second. So these new technologies keep driving things. And then the competitive landscape has changed dramatically as well. We know that there's this crunch for data capacity. The internet led to an exponential growth in how much data we need to transport around the planet. And AI is leading the next one, which is going to make the internet seem insignificant. We're already seeing the growth in data traffic at more than double, is growing at more than double the rate it did in the early 2000s with the internet. And obviously they need to do these things quickly to stay competitive. So 4 trends: data market consolidation. You'll see that number of operators has shrunk over the years, and that's true just about on every continent. You have these very large conglomerates, Vodafone, Telefonica, that owns real estate in multiple geographies now. And of course, you have all these disparate systems then that each of those historical operators had now need to be consolidated into a new one. You need to automate to meet new demands. The hyperscalers, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, all want to eat our customers' bread, so the telecommunications companies' bread in terms of data, because obviously there's money to be made in transporting the data, not just in delivering it. And then I've spoken about the evolution from 4G to 5G, so we're just in the throes of all those systems that were developed for 3G, 2G, 3G in the early 2000s now having to be replaced because they cannot meet the demands of the future technologies. And then growth in the access market. We know that you and I can never get enough bandwidth at home, and companies have a similar problem as they start to use AI more extensively. That ramp up in data volume will keep growing. So I'm just going to skip that one. So the products, as I said, just to give you a flavor of what they look like. So our inventory is arguably the market leading, acquired through an acquisition a number of years ago. Provides you with the ability to model the customer's networks, show them, allow them to plan changes to those networks, whether that's upgrades or expansion, or whatever the case may be. And it's live. It's literally a digital twin of the network in that it discovers changes in the network as they happen and updates the inventory in real time. Orchestration, which is the set of products that I manage, is all about making changes to the network in order to deliver services for the most part. So we have a strong intent-driven declarative-based intent-driven engine that we leverage and use BPMN, formerly Camunda, soon CIB7, as the underlying BPMN process engine for long-running processes. So that orchestration engine has smarts in terms of delivering very high volume, high throughput services delivery. But if you need longer running, you need interactions with outside parties, you need to interact with the customer to finalize the design of the service, etc., then we use, as I say, soon CIB7 for that. The key differentiator for us as well is in that space is that we are very standards focused. So like the banking industry and a handful of others, there are a strong set of standards that can be used to define the interfaces between systems, both internally and between customer and yourself. And we leverage those standards throughout, which are all open API based. And then finally, assurance, arguably the leading offering in that space too, in terms of the way it's changed the way you do assurance. So most assurance systems will be based on the fact that you need to define rules to determine what the root cause is. So if you haven't written a rule to determine what the root cause is, you have no hope of finding what the root cause is, except by somebody manually going through gigabytes of data to figure out where the problem is. We turn that on our head because we use a model-driven approach, which means we model the network up front, and that allows you to determine the areas of the network, pin down where the the problem might be. And we increasingly use AI in that space, although we are adopting AI across the portfolio. Which leads me to where we stand today. So we had these 3 historical products, and we're moving to a new architecture, in fact, in December. So the next version of our product launches in the middle of December, which will incorporate CIB 7 instead of Camunda down in this common application services layer. So actually, this release consists of 3 full releases of our software. This new architecture, the old architecture on 2 different deployment mechanisms, which is again testimony to how easy it was for us to adopt CIB 7, because despite my very, very depleted team working on the new architecture and actually working on that little piece in the new architecture, we managed to get it done in record time. So just to give you a potted history, Blue Planet acquired this inventory solution in 2020, and they had inbuilt, they had their own process engine, which is very rudimentary, and they decided to go for a BPMN based approach. They adopted Camunda into that, and in 2021, one of our big customers said, we need an orchestration solution built on top of what you currently provide that will handle long-running processes. So they expanded the Camunda space into the orchestration space as well. And then, of course, with all the announcements in 2024 around Camunda 7 end of life, we evaluated Camunda 8, and in 2025, it was meant to be across 25 and 26, but in 2025, we evaluated and have completed the adoption of CIB 7 into the core architecture. So why CIB 7? I mean, there were a number of factors, and I've picked out the main ones here. So what we found was that the early communication by CIB that they were going to fork, that they were going to commit to maintaining it, that they had published a roadmap relatively early in terms of what the timelines were for the adoption of that fork and the release. The organization itself, an established, long-running organization that had a vested interest in maintaining a customer base, an extensive customer base. And then, the fact that the very first releases came out promptly as well, just ensured that we had the confidence that this was going to be an option that we could go for. And then engagement. Engagement is key in any industry. In the software industry, probably more so than anywhere else. Only 2 of the fork organizations actually got back to me when I reached out to them. And that makes a difference as well. So I had a very short list, and it was easy from there on. And then the evaluation, they did a superficial evaluation for me early in 2025, based on CIB 1.0. They said to me it wouldn't be a big task. And so what we did is, we've just reduced our release cadence from 3 releases a year to 2 releases. And we were going to do an in-depth analysis of CIB 7 2.0 in the December timeline, and then adopt it in our April release. But what actually happened is it just happened in the December timeline release, even with my very depleted team. So we did some proof of concept integrations, and we just accelerated. So, and as I say, the December release also happened to coincide with this move to the new architecture. So it seemed an appropriate moment to release it immediately. So if we look at a little bit of the work breakdown, this was taken some weeks ago. I've been on holiday since I've got the go-ahead to present here, and I haven't taken the latest one, but you can see that we were on 723, 722 actually. The original plan in this release was to go to 723, and because we planned then to go to CIB 7, we just incorporated that upgrade into the same place. And as you can see, just a few items left. So there's around the cockpit upgrade and some front end of our internal front end. So although we incorporate cockpit into our solution, most customers don't use it. We have full task list, process initiation, process participation support in our native UIs. So we work through that. And as I say, it's in regression at the moment, and I checked this morning, and we hadn't found any issues in this BPWM space, as we call it in our JROs. So the evaluation that we did originally, so the REST APIs, changes, the Java APIs, the Maven, coordinates. Obviously, there were some changes to be done there, but not very big. The UI tools was all around branding and the UI renaming, etc. The plugin compatibility. So we don't use any of the Camunda internal classes. We mostly use external tasks, mainly in the interest of performance. And then obviously there were configuration files that needed to change in the solution, in our microservices-based solution. So we have a proxy server that actually manages all the communication between components, and it was about making some changes in that proxy server configuration to address the new endpoints, etc. Some more detail around the REST and Java API compatibility. So you can reuse all the existing code, the models, the REST calls that you made to Camunda 7 without any modification. Obviously, the BPMN models just run as is. External task clients, there were no issues with those. The task list cockpit usage, very little in that space as well. And so we had some conflict with Maven in terms of the changes, but those were pretty simple to implement. And then obviously the namespace and branding were some work that we needed to do. And that's mainly because we embed the BPM engine inside our product. We use it as a component, as a microservice essentially inside our applications to deliver specific functionality. And as my developer said, I asked him, is this all you've got? And he said, well, there was nothing else. So to give you an idea what it looks like, so you'll see Camunda Cockpit still in here. This is one of the early builds of the new software, but we have all the process management stuff built in there, and although the environment that I used for this dashboard, for this screenshot didn't have any data in it, we manage all the user interaction internally within the product. So the end user doesn't really recognize what engine is being used under the covers. I would also say that we evaluated Camunda 8, and it was discarded on the basis of two main factors. One, we have a large number of customers already running Camunda 7 processes, and they would have to essentially do quite a lot of work to move those to Camunda 8 at their own expense. And there's a real danger then that they would trigger a new RFP, a new RFI process, and look at one of our competitors because of the cost of implementation. And of course, the other is that the feature set, essentially when we evaluated, just didn't align with our requirements sufficiently. And that's what I had. If there are any questions.
Thanks a lot, Peter, for the detailed view of the migration. Pretty cool. Any questions? No questions left?
You can always find me afterwards if something occurs.
1 second, also for you, a little thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for the
Thank you.
presentation. So this was our last presentation for this day. Now we are at the finish of the official part of our first CIB7 Community Day. Thanks a lot to all who supported us, for all colleagues that worked on the slides, for all presentators, and all for you who are today here, who will stay here. You're invited. We'll have a little bit something to eat, something to drink, to have a nice flow into the evening. Thanks a lot for the impressions you gave us, and feel free to get in touch with us if you have new ideas, if you have any suggestions for us, what can be done better, what we can improve, what topics are relevant for you for the implementation of CIB7, for the usage. We are in close touch with Volker to make CIB7 even better and better. So feel free to contact us. We are a team. I think hardly everybody of you already got in contact with one of my colleagues or me. So I hope we will go on this way with the community, keep the way on next year with some more people. But for us, it was a great event today to have such people, so much people here. And also in the stream, I think it was always around about 40, 50 people in the stream. But the time planning next time will be a little bit better, I think. But thanks a lot for everything. Have a nice evening and hope to see you soon again. Just a short information. We will prepare the menu now. Just the meat will be, the eat will be here in some seconds.